words, but I can hear anymore. You're totally entertained, but I'm absolutely bored. Through the sharks, losing conversation, see what they say. Thrown overboard and disappear into the wave. You're mumbling words, but I can hear anymore. You're totally entertained, but I'm absolutely bored. Through the sharks, losing conversation, see what they say. Thrown overboard and disappear into the wave. You're mumbling words, but I can hear anymore. You're totally entertained, but I'm absolutely. Skin turns green. Let the salts of the ocean wash them skeleton clean. Raise up those oars and let them fall. As the wind steady sings, you can hear the crew call out. To all our enemies, I'll see you in hell. We're gonna walk them off the plank into the wishing well. Let the salts of the ocean wash them skeleton clean. Raise up those
Vážené dámy, vážení pánové, milí hosté.
Ladies and gentlemen, guests, esteemed guests, let me welcome you to this third edition of the international conference FutureEdu. This time about the future of education in new forms. I am Markéta Beková, and with Bob Kartos we will be your hosts for today. Hello. According to Goldman Sachs, in the future, smart systems in advanced countries will be able to handle 1/4 of human work, and about 2/3 of people will be forced to learn how to work with new tools. So calls for lifelong learning are more intense than ever, and so is the importance of informal learning, which contributes to the acquiring of skills and competencies needed for the 21st century. This intermingling of formal and informal education and keeping the motivation for lifelong learning are the key issues for the entire educational ecosystem. That's why we decided to dedicate this year to this particular topic, and we're very happy that you're here with us. A bit of housekeeping at the start. We will have an ongoing discussion going on Slido. So search for Slido or go to slido.com, and the hashtag is FutureEdu 2023. This also applies to those watching us over the online stream, who I also want to welcome. We also have simultaneous interpreting, so if you need interpreting for the presentations in English, feel free to pick up your headsets at the front near the entrance. And I want to add one more thing about the conference. This is the third edition, as mentioned. We started here at Opera 3 years ago. It was initiated by Pavel Přikryl and me because we wanted to look to the future of education. Because I've been to very many conferences about education, and very often they focus on the details of what is currently going on. But FutureEdu is here to look over the horizon of our present day and talk about what could be happening in education in positive scenarios, but also what happens if we stick to the traditional and conservative methods, which certainly is at risk in the Czech Republic and our current conditions. So we want to talk about the future of education and the combination of formal and informal education, which is really the topic of today's conference. And this is something that is already happening, and we need to realize that. We need to realize that this is a process that cannot possibly be stopped. We need to keep it under control, and we need to manage it somehow. And I'm convinced that today we'll learn a lot about what education could be, the optimistic scenarios, and we'll build on the previous 2 years, the 2 editions of this conference, which similarly tried to address the impact of technology on education, or generally the major issues related to education. And before we start, we need to thank all the partners who have helped us be here today. First of all, I want to thank our main partner, which is the House of International Cooperation, Blíž k sobě, the foundation. Our thanks to T-Mobile, Live Sport, our content partner, which is the Aspen Institute Central Europe, the Embassy of Denmark in the Czech Republic, and the ambassador. The main media partner, which is Aktuálně CZ, řízení školy, presloviny.cz, and last but not least, Opera, the organizer, and the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports for taking over the auspices over this event. And because it's now time for the first presentation, let's start with that. And I'm really looking forward to it, because this is a discovery which I've made thanks to David Macek. Thank you, David. Because in March he took us to Liverpool for 3 days to a very special school, the Liverpool College, which is managed by Hans von Morik Bruckmann, a very unique headmaster who also was at our June event in Brno, where we turned the meeting Brno into a conference. Unfortunately, he had to leave early because once he left the school, and immediately the school inspection came in, so we agreed that he would be present online. But he doesn't have to worry about that, because in 2018 his school received the best marks in all the criteria and became the model school for all of the UK. To give you an idea, it has 1,700 pupils, there are 30 buildings, and they have pupils aged 4 to 19, so it's a big one. And the interesting thing is that for 180 years, actually a bit more than that, they have the same motto, that you don't develop just the intellect, but also character. And that's exactly what he will be talking about evolving character and about formal and informal education. And now, let's see if we can contact Hans.
Yes, I
Hi,
can.
Hans.
Good morning, Prague, from a very rainy, dark Liverpool. I'm sure the sun is shining where you are.
Nice to see you. Nice to.
It isn't here.
Yeah,
It's cloudy here today.
we are pleased to have you here, at least virtually. As Markéta mentioned, you are a leader, a principal of one of the most rewarded schools in Great Britain. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You had previously already a chance to inspire Czech education leaders and experts. And today, you have a new task. The task is to tell us how you merge informal and formal education in your school. Unfortunately, not the floor, but the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. And I realize that I have very limited time to do this, and I also want to leave some time for your questions. So we have explicitly, as Markéta alluded to, we have specifically embraced the task of building a school of character. And I want to just share some reflections about how that really can only be done by embracing the informal aspects of education. So, by the way, apologies for any sounds you hear. This is a very old school, and there are 15 men in the basement below me with big drills drilling away, and they're not going to stop. But here's a picture of the entrance of our school, and every time I go through these gates, I have to ask myself, these young women you see here, when they go through these gates, is that when their education starts? Which is what we as teachers tend to think. We think that once they're in our school and the school day starts, that's when their education begins. And what I'm proposing to you is that until we step away from that and consider instead that it merely continues when they walk through the gate, we're not going to get to the right answer. So just two very quick and easy, this is the building that I'm sitting in right now. And, you know, it represents everything about formal education, because what schools do is plan learning. Basically, I spend, if you're like me and you're involved in education or education policy, you spend most of your time planning learning. Schools have curricula, they have programs, they have rules, they have routines, and they seek to ensure that their pupils have learn certain things, not so much experience certain things, but learn certain things. And even the definition of learning can be highly reduced and simplified. So in this country, our government has accepted the definition of learning as a permanent change to the brain. So what is it to plan learning? It is to plan systems and activities which will lead to a permanent change in the brain of our pupils. Now, what is informal education? Informal education is everything that happens that I do not plan. And I can tell you that thinking about that is difficult. First of all, we have to acknowledge that we can't plan everything. Secondly, as I will get to in just a minute, we have to really, really think about what it means when learning is unplanned. All the things that happen in school that are not part of a school curriculum and are not deliberately planned as such. So how did we get into this? This is a picture from 1919. This is the rugby team of the school at the time. And whilst I cannot converse with people who were at school here in 1919, I do have the privilege of speaking very often with people who were at school here in the 1950s, the 1960s, the 1970s, and the 1980s. And I have to tell you, I mean, you can do this thought experiment yourself. What do you remember about school? You know, not one of these people that I meet say that what they learned at Liverpool College were like chemistry formulas, or that they remember the higher level mathematics. Some of them remember books they read, but mostly they describe a whole series of experiences and events, some planned, some unplanned. So let's take the metaphor of a rugby match. We still play rugby at school for this very reason. You can plan to have the game, but everything that happens in the game, the way the players relate to each other, the experiences that they have, how they interpret those particular experiences amongst themselves, what their actual lesson is that they draw out of a game, that is very difficult to plan and should not be planned. So, and this is a peculiarly sort of Anglo-Saxon view of school, I think, that it does not just relate, you know, or rather, I should say that when I ask my pupils today, what did you learn today? The answer that I want is a combination of changes in the brain, definitely, information retained and learned, skills developed and learned, but also the metacognition, the reflection on all the things that are unplanned in the school. So if you want to be a school of character, you have to think about what people are going to learn in school. And that sounds so kind of basic. But what we have tried to do, at least in this school, is think about that in different and new ways. Here are two heroes of mine. This is Samuel Clemens, also known as Mark Twain, the author of Huckleberry Finn, Tom Sawyer, two of the great works of literature. And Twain was invited to give a talk in the 19th century to a very posh girls' school. And he stood on the podium and said, don't ever let your schooling interfere with your education. You know, so that is a very good starting point. Like doctors, we must first do no harm. The people coming through our gates are continuing their education. For them, the journey is a totality of experience. They are going to have to learn not only particular things, but what they're learning really is what those things mean. And I will get to that in just a minute. So Mark Twain himself never went to school. You know, he's the greatest, probably one of the great American writers. You know, his books have led to, you know, at least 300 PhDs. This was a person, well, what did he learn and where did he learn it? Well, he became a pilot on Mississippi riverboats. He bought himself, through his parents, a place with a captain where he studied the river and learned to pilot or drive these boats between St. Louis and New Orleans in the United States. And everything that he learned, you know, he read a lot, but he did not go to school. Here's somebody who most Americans believe And America affords many opportunities to show this. Most Americans would say that this man wrote the greatest 272 words of American prose with the deepest and most profound political insight, with the most extraordinary knowledge of the history of his country, with a challenge to its future. And I quote a little bit to some of those words, about 10 or 11 of them from the 272. You know, the world will little note nor long remember what we say here. Well, in fact, what he said there is constantly. Well, I took the trouble of really looking into this man's life, and I visited his school. This was his school. Okay. So he did go to a school. This is now a national park. And it has been preserved in exactly the state in which Abraham Lincoln would have received his education. Even as a lawyer, because he eventually read enough to pass the exams to be a lawyer and start his political career. But his entire youth was spent in this one-room schoolhouse, and there were two books there. I think one was a translation of Plutarch, and the other was a translation of the Bible. Somehow or another, this man's education, including his time at this school, prepared him in terms of his character, in terms of his humanity, to lead this extraordinary, play this extraordinary role in the life of the United States. So the first thing we must do, as Lincoln himself said to America, we must disenthrall ourselves. Stop believing that schools, seen in isolation, seen as academic curricula, are themselves entirely going to educate people, because they never do. Okay? People and experiences educate, not schools. So what have we done at our school? Well, what you've got here is the logo that the kids sort of live by. That LC is Liverpool College. The A in the middle is all the academic stuff they have to do. And the academic stuff is divided in, if I'm pointing at this with a pointer, you may not be able to see it. You can see the 7 colors around that. And what we did is say, okay, we're going to organize your intellectual learning into 7 main disciplines, and we're going to excel at that. But to match those 7 academic disciplines, we're going to do 7 character disciplines as well. And those character disciplines range from gains and competition to charity and service. They include personal and social education. They also include a strand of spirituality, awe and wonder, which is entirely inclusive and non-denominational. So it's accessed by our Muslim students, our Jewish students, and our Christian students, and by the students who do not profess any faith at all. And these things are in balance. They all have leaders that make sure that that strand of the education is there. So the first thing to do is to expand, in a sense. What we've done is said, look, all these informal things, we are educators, so we want to keep planning things. You know, we can't leave it all to chance. There is, of course, a difference between the 7 character strands, the so-called LC+. There are no exams in that strand. The government doesn't care about any of those strands. We have more freedom in those strands than we do anywhere else. And for that reason, we're able to innovate really a fantastic curriculum. Okay, so we do have this expanded curriculum. We have planned a lot of informal things. Irish dancing is something that everybody's going to do, boys and girls, at some particular point. Same with rugby, boys and girls. Cooking. Reflecting. Right? and circle time. Circle time is a key ingredient to this because it is a period of time where in a small group with a teacher that knows you very well, you discuss the events of the day, including reflecting, I suppose, on all the informal elements of school. So there is an attempt to expand the curriculum to include informal, open-ended elements that are not entirely controlled. We do yoga. We practice democracy. We actually practice it. We set up various parliaments regarding various issues and various things, and we ensure that pupils can be engaged in those. Okay. Now, there's a paradox in what I'm telling you a little bit, because you would say, well, wait a minute, you said that informal education was everything that was unplanned, and here you are planning it. Okay. I think in order for a school to transform itself into a school of character, it has to explicitly embrace that mission, and its curriculum and planned activities should reflect that. But how about all the unplanned things? The things that you should never try to plan. I calculate sometimes there's 1,700 pupils on the campus. They're going to have maybe 100 interactions, really meaningful interactions with their peers. And they're going to have probably more than 100 meaningful interactions with an adult as well. So I haven't quite done the maths because, 100 times 1,700 times whatever. In a school, there are millions and millions of things that you cannot plan. And I think what we do in schools, what we tend to do in schools, is just not discuss what those unplanned activities are for, what they are about, how they might contribute to this desire to educate the whole person. So one of the things, the key things is to set up the correct structure, really, to interpret everything that happens at school. While I'm talking to you, I saw somebody running in front of my window, and I know when this thing ends, I'm going to have to deal with some misbehavior by a pupil. Right? Did I plan for this guy to do something this morning? Well, of course not. I didn't. I mean, the reason we love schools is we don't know what's going to happen today, do we? So one of the things we can do together is be on the same page and have a unified gaze on these particular events. What are we looking for? I suppose, to speak very technically, we need a hermeneutic to interpret everything that happens at school. And I've tried to set that out for my staff. We've written books about it. We talk about it. We meet about it. Okay? So the first is always to affirm the dignity of the person. We take that very much for granted. Most people who work in education feel a little bit like they work in a factory or in a supermarket or something. At least in Britain, they do. Everything they do is measured. It's very outcome driven. Their own gaze or their own consideration of what it is that they're doing is therefore reduced. And the first thing we can do is affirm the dignity of the people we're dealing with, their human freedom, right? We want engagement at all points. So the thing that should concern us most is lack of engagement, autonomy for staff and for pupils. The concept of responsibility. So a lot of my pupils and their parents believe that we provide a service and they come get it. I don't know if that has infected Czech thinking about education. So it's a bit like turning up at a cinema. I paid my ticket. I paid my taxes. Now give me my education. So one of the things we have to work on very explicitly, again, you cannot predict everything that's going to happen, but you can most certainly teach people to view schools in particular ways and the informal parts of it in particular ways. And then, of course, you've got to celebrate every time the human response to anything unplanned is good, is worthy of that dignity. How do you, we literally celebrate every week in the character assemblies, all the things people have done, which were unplanned, which were good. And we think about why we think they're good. So what are we focused on? Well, more or less the same. Voice by voice, I mean, does your school have a mechanism? Does it really know what it's like to be a student there? Are you just assuming you know that? Or have you set up structures that enable you to really dialogue with students about what it is like to go there? That is informal education. And finally, yes, philosophy. You know, there are a couple of things British people hate. One is Europe. Another is philosophy. They just don't like it. They would prefer not to have to think about these things. Their basic attitude would be, well, school has always been this way, so let's keep on going with it. But I would challenge you in creating this space for a school of character and using informal education, that the most important thing to do is actually do a little bit of thinking about what you want there. Okay, and these are, it's on our website for those people who want to read this in English. You know, we've said these are the 5 things that we believe are absolutely essential to have a school of character. The first is meaning. So we've got to encourage our students to seek meaning out of the experiences and the things that they learn. So that is a step beyond a change in the brain or knowing this information. You've got to go further. We've got to start from experience. And for that reason, the student voice is very important. Thirdly, the quality of the relationships in the school. How well do we know it? What are they really like? Again, to mix the two, how do people experience them? What would be signs that these relationships are, in fact, educating people rather than thwarting them or stopping them? And so the definitions of the culture of the school and the learning that takes place in them becomes very, very significant. Okay, I think my time is nearly up, and I would be happy to take any questions that anybody has.
So, thank you, Hans.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Adam asks, how do you make sure your pupils learn to think? Do you have any secret tools or methods that help?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I did not hear one of the words very clearly. And
how do you make sure your pupils learn to think? Do you have any secret tools or methods that help?
Yeah, well, as I say, I think you have to, this sounds interesting, but you have to actually provide time for them to think. If you say, you know, please think and move on to chemistry. And then the other question, of course, is think about what? I think one of the experiences of going to secondary school is the fragmentation of meaning, of knowledge. You know, period 1, I've got English with Miss Smith. Period 3, I'm in science with Mr. So-and-so. These 2 things are totally unrelated, and I'm certainly not being asked to think about them. So a couple of things we do. One is we have reflection assemblies. We actually gather to listen to people who are interested in the totality of the experience. You know, what is school for? What do you think it's about? You can ask students to write and talk about this. I think the moment you make this work, shall we say, academic work, it, in some respect, ceases to fascinate them. that thinking is always mediated through an adult, in my experience. So the first, when I say you have to think, even when I'm teaching, I've got to build into the lesson this capacity to think and to relate the learning to myself. So, the real erosion, of course, in schools, I should have made a slide about this, is the assault on the I, on the person. The kind of complete lack. We say we're interested in these kids, but they don't particularly have a voice. And we certainly, when we think of pupils, we tend to group them all together. This is what pupils need. So there's some factory models going on in education. Some of that is required, and I would say, unless you explicitly make time for the opposite and train and educate and discuss this amongst yourself as adults, it will not happen. So in our case, every week, you're going to have 2 reflection assemblies, and you're going to have a particular circle time. And a skilled adult can lead these thoughts and reflections.
Thanks.
Okay, Hans, I'm going to steal the privilege to ask you the last question. You told us in your speech about necessity to look at education as a permanent change, or learning at a permanent change of our brain. But what I can see in Czech schools very often is some encourage to fence off the changes from the schools, to isolate them as a education monopoly. What can you? What is your practice, the best practice, and what is your advice? How to change this mentality, this mindset of many principals and teachers?
Well, what I would encourage everyone to do is reflect on their own lives and their own education. So I mentioned that I have the opportunity to speak to people who are at school here from every decade. I suppose the oldest now are from the 1950s. And what is totally fascinating, and I think you can do this in your own experience, is looking back on what the school meant or what the school taught you. And what you're going to do when you do that is see that over the course of your life, your brain is not able to retain the information you were taught at school. It just isn't going to happen. Doesn't mean that that's not necessary. Don't get me wrong. We take academic studies very seriously. But what is going to happen is you're going to catch a glimpse of what that school meant. Now, one of the saddest comments any child could ever say about the school is, the school harmed me, or it's had no impact on my life. Right? Nothing at school helped me really become who I am today. And when I reflect back, I cannot see how the person I am today was formed by my experiences and my learning at school. Now, I happen to not feel that way about the school that I attended at all. And many people, in fact, have memories of their school that say, the school was a time when I this or that. My advice is to just be very explicit about that. We tend to, I had a headmaster who said, I don't want the pupils surveyed. I'll survey them when they're 25, because at that time, they'll know what the school was really all about. There's some wisdom in that, on the one hand, i.e. understanding what your school means can be difficult when you're actually in the middle of your schooling. But I think what we should definitely do is get to know what it is like to be a student at the school. And very few schools invest the energy and the resources into that. They think they know what it's like for students. And so my advice would be, get a real grip on that. Right? So we ask, we have well-being surveys, we have very short surveys where pupils are encouraged to comment on the quality of relationships, on how they believe what they're learning today will affect them in the future, on what they feel they are not learning, which they wish they were learning. We ask them to reflect on the experiences that they definitely believe have already shaped them. We've got to get kids back to viewing their lives as a big adventure. And school is only part of that. School, in a sense, ought to be an intensification of that experience. As I say, I think absent a lot of voice and a lot of particular understanding, and absent a vision of what you want that experience at school to be in its totality. And most of us, how many people have attended the deathbed of somebody where someone said, gosh, he was so good at school. He was so good there. You know, he was excellent at chemistry. Gosh, I remember him. I remember the math problem he solved when we were, no. And we've got to start approaching kids about this adventure. We've got to explain that the school is, in fact, that adventure. And we have to get extremely explicit about it, not just talk about it, but provide the space for them to do that. As a neuroscientist would say, I mean, even a person who wishes to reduce this entirely would be able to tell you that absent some metacognitive activity, learning will not stick. So, you know, even if you say, oh, Hans, you know, I reject your humanistic education, I don't think we want to go there, you will still need to build metacognition. In other words, thinking about thinking into the experience of your students for the change in their brain to be integrated over the long term. And even neuroscience would say that. And forget about philosophers or theologians. Even the scientists would tell you that that's what you have to do.
Hans, the time is over. Thank you for your words of wisdom. We are sincerely pleased that you've been here with us. We are waving to Liverpool, all of us.
Well, believe me, I'd rather be in Prague, but I'm now going to get on with the messy business of a day at school.
Okay.
And hopefully we'll get to the end of it in one piece. Thank you all very much. Thank you for letting me speak to you. I really appreciate it. Goodbye.
Thank you again.
Bye. Dovolte mi poděkovat i vám za to, že využíváte možnosti ptát.
And let me thank you for using the option to ask questions over Slido. Unfortunately, we could not ask all of your questions for time reasons, but there will be a discussion after this session, and I'm sure we will have time for those issues. But now, I want to welcome on stage Professor Jan Habel, the Comenius scholar who teaches at the University in Hradec Králové, who talks about ethics, the history of education, and also carries the legacy, which is highly resonant with what we heard from Hans, because we are a country that has a wonderful history connected with Comenius, who saw schools as workshops of humankind, and I'm sure we'll talk about that later. Professor Habel will talk about character as a priority in education that has a future.
Dobrý den, děkuji za pozvání.
Hello, and thank you for the invitation. I have 10 minutes, so I will be very brief. And also, I have to follow up on what we've just heard, so I'll try to combine it together. It is true that for my entire life, I've been trying to smuggle Comenius into our curriculum, and Comenius himself tells us that the most important thing,
nebo spíš takhle, já mám tendenci se vás zeptat.
or let's paraphrase, I like to ask questions. Hans talked a minute ago about
Když se řekne škola,
when you say
co se vám
school,
vybaví?
what do you
Když máte
remember?
zrekapitulovat,
If I ask you to
zavzpomínat
recap or tell me what was your most intense experience
to byli prostě studenti
from
nebo
school
žáci.
when you were pupils.
Jsou to láčkovci? Nebo
Is this some obscure animal from biology? Are these chemical formulae?
nebo maďarská pohoří?
Or the mountains of Hungary?
Jo, co vlastně v člověku zůstává?
What do you actually keep from what you've learned at school?
Pravidla.
The rules.
Byla to dobrá pravidla?
And were they good rules?
Ten ve vás zanechal celoživotní stopu.
So something that has left a trace on you. That's good for you.
Jo, aha. No, já tomu rozumím.
And I understand.
Já jsem vyrůstal ještě za minulého
I grew up under the previous regime,
stává do dneška
and what I kept from those days
Mark Twainovské.
is a bit of what Mark Twain said.
Malinko zdolávat, překonávat.
I still have to try to overcome that.
Vlastně nesmí mluvit prostě.
I'm supposed to
Hloupá pravidla.
use just clean language here, but okay, dumb rules that
Komenský říká,
weren't really useful for anything. What Comenius tells us, when you ask Comenius, what is the most important thing, the crucial thing,
až budete na smrtelné posteli a budete
and when you're on your deathbed and you will be asked, what was it about education, what was it about life that actually mattered, what was the most important thing? Comenius says character.
říká různě. Někdy řekne
He says it in various ways. Sometimes he says character, sometimes he says humanity,
to zaznělo tady v
sometimes, and actually we heard this in English, sometimes he says dignity, dignitas in Latin,
a on říká, to je to,
and he says
co ve škole
that
formujeme.
is what we're trying to build at school.
Jako při té příležitosti také předáme nějaké poznatky.
Yes, at the same time we also impart some knowledge and teach skills and competencies. Yeah, sure, so be it. That's a good thing, obviously.
Dneska to potřebujeme.
That's something we need, that's something we should have.
Ale prosím,
No doubt about that. But let's not overlook the logic behind this. He doesn't tell teachers, you are a mathematician, you teach history, you should teach it like this. What Comenius tells us
učitelům, vy jste
is
formovatelé.
you, the teachers, you are forming humanity. You are teachers of character. And you happen to do it through mathematics or history or physical education. So it's the other way around.
Formální vzdělání
It's not like we have formal education, which prepares you for future life 20 years from now, because who knows what will be 20 years from now? What kind of competences will you need? What kind of information will you need 20 years from now?
Komenský říká, ne, takhle to
Comenius says, no, it's the other way around. First, you need to form the character,
k tomu
and then
nějaké ty další věci.
some other things will follow up from there.
Nevím, jaký je
I
váš
don't
pocit,
know what you
když
feel
jsme slyšeli
when you hear what you've just heard from
z
Hans.
nejlepších škol v
One of the
Anglii.
best schools in the UK, with the best ratings across the board. What's the secret?
Kde je to kouzlo? Jak to dělají?
What's the magic? What is it that they do?
A když pak to
And
čtete,
then when you read the presentation, what they focus on, what's in the curriculum, formal and informal, it seems
nic extra, když dneska
nothing
jdete do
special.
Bolstánu, téměř jakékoliv školy, tak
Open the website of any school and they will tell you very similar things. They have some kind of principles, they have rules sometimes, some principles that they base their work on.
já mám za to, že to tajemství,
I think the secret,
tohle všechno, co řekl kolega,
because everything Hans said
úplně
is
bezesporu pravda.
100% true.
Zaměřte se,
Absolutely.
mějte nějaké
Focus on this and that, have principles, have it thought through, have a plan. Yes, of course. But I think the secret The secret is in the person, in the particular teacher, the specific teacher who comes to class. Of course, a headmaster can do a lot in building a team, which has a major impact, but it's about every particular teacher who comes to class and starts doing something with the children. This leaves a mark, a trace, and this trace lingers. And it can be positive, it can be negative. I tend to do this with my students. At the start of a seminar, I have this basic seminar, the propaedeutics of pedagogy, it's called. I tell them, what was your most intense experience from school? And they talk about things, and many things, and usually what they tell me, I hope it was more positive. Very often it's negative, unfortunately. Very often it's negative experiences. What happened to me was this or that. I told the teacher that there was a mistake and they got angry. And they tell me stories like this, and then we try to translate those. We write them down in summary, and we take a step back. And we talk about what does this experience actually tell me. And this experience tells me character. It describes the character of the teacher. And the conclusion we always reach after several hours of doing this is children develop a relationship to a subject through their relationship with the teacher. If I, as a teacher, am an arrogant idiot, sorry for that, even if my didactics is wonderful and my classes are perfectly prepared, it's not going to work. And vice versa. If I manage to create this micro workshop of humanity, then the children will learn to love even chemistry. I'm sorry to all the chemistry teachers. Or mathematics, doesn't matter. But you understand, you see my point. You're teachers, some of you at least. Are there any teachers? Yes, some are teachers. We teachers, we have so many hours. I have 2 minutes, but a teacher has 8,200 hours from 1st grade to 9th grade. We actually crunched the numbers. 8,200 hours. That's an incredible amount of time. That's a lot. In 8,200 hours, you must be able to turn the child into something. And I, the teacher, will tell them a lot, particularly in the Czech education system. I will tell them a lot of things. And from that, some they will hear, some they won't. Something they will understand, something they won't. Something they will remember, most of it they would forget. But one thing they will never forget, which is how they felt with me, and that's about character. And I think that's the priority of our education system. Because we have technology and we have artificial intelligence, we have incredibly rapid development of so many things. We don't know what's going to happen 10 years from now. In 20 years, we may have technology that, if you give to a person who's smart but unethical, can destroy us all. And this is what Comenius tells us. A person who's learned but unethical is a burden. We need people who are learned and who have character. Then they can handle any technology. They can be given a technology and then they will use it for their benefit and the benefit of others. Which is why this is what I call for. Let's be explicit about this, exactly what Hans said. Let's be explicit about this in our education system. Let's set this as our priority. Character. That's what matters. Thank you very much.
Moc krát děkuji panu profesorovi. Já myslím, že to byla skvělá ukázka.
Thank you very much. That was a wonderful example how in 10 minutes you can say the important thing, and I hope many people heard you, and I'm sure it resonated. I saw people nodding, so I think we all are in agreement. And now I have a great opportunity where I can introduce my fellow moderator and host as a guest, as a speaker, because you are talking about the approach to education in the 21st century, education without the original borders. But before we start, before I invite Bob in a different role, I will tell you more about him. I'm sure you know that he's been active in education for many years. He's been publishing articles, he's been teaching at universities. He wrote No Future, which is a best-selling book. Even though it has such a depressing title, it's a book about education in our conditions. So, Bob Kartos, this time as a speaker.
Já na chvíli vyskočím z té moderátorské role.
Okay, let me switch roles for a bit to tell you something that I consider important.
Ta kniha, o které mluvila Markéta,
the book Markéta mentioned is not as best-selling as the works of Comenius, so, you know, I'm not quite as good as all that, but I think that what I want to say matters. And I wrote a sequel to the book. It should be published in October. The name will probably be Future On, because it's about what gives us hope in the future. Professor Habel talked about character. Hans van Morik-Broekman talked generally about how to focus on the metacognitive aspect of things that are not linked to the subject itself. But then there are also needs that we have as humans, as people, which mean that we need to adopt the conditions of this world, which are very varied and constantly changing, and that is important. Even though some people hate this, and I'm increasingly convinced that we're in an era where evolution is much faster than it ever was. If you look at all the charts of the development of technology, you will see that we were so good at extending our arms and legs and brains that we're substantially changing the conditions of humankind as a species. And if you think about Darwin's theory, it was based on the fact that he was watching turtles on the Galapagos and saw that here they have longer feet, here they have taller necks, because there are taller plants here. That was the basic idea. So the question is, what this does to humankind, this change of the environment where we live in, this expansion of a new dimension, the digital dimension, how this influences us, and what do we actually need, not to survive in this world, which many people are clearly doing, but to live satisfied, happy lives, to live in a way where we find meaning in what we do, where we can reach this meaning, and where we feel under control, that the world is not just passing behind our window and we're not struggling, we're not the tail attached to the world, we are an active participant, and the world is ours to some extent. If you look at the world around us, it often feels like a place where people don't feel to be at home. There's so much anxiety among young people, among adults, and this is clearly, obviously linked to uncertainty, because what is anxiety? It's a response to uncertainty, and uncertainty clearly comes from the fact that the world is alienating itself to us, and to keep our relationship to the world, to keep this opportunity to participate, we need certain skills, certain requirements. We need to be able to decide in this incredible amount of opportunities that we have. We need to be able to pick. We need to be able to focus on long-term goals, because only long-term goals bring us satisfaction, not the short-term dopamine of a few likes on social networks. We need some kind of order to our life that gives us meaning. We need to be digitally advanced, adult in this age, which we are not, because we're evolving alongside the technology. All of that is in that book, which should be published at the end of October, hopefully. But what I want to tell you is that in a world like this, you cannot rely on institutions that are rigid by their very nature. And I'm, of course, talking about schools. Schools are necessary. Without schools, society would collapse. And I don't want that.
zmizí ten společný vzdělávací systém,
if we lost the educational system, we'd be suddenly using a caste system of social economic class or stratum, because each will have its own educational opportunities for their children. That's the end of society. But I think that schools need to be opened. To give specific examples, information literacy. I am convinced, and I'm not the only one, that this is a basic literacy that we need to achieve everything that I just talked about. But if the schools are not able to provide information literacy to their students, there must be another option. But to enable us to do that, to enable schools to do this, we need to create these bypasses. I call this bypasses, these bridges from the inability of schools to adapt to changing conditions to a situation where we get to schools what we actually need. There are many projects, programs, people who understand information literacy. They're not active at schools directly, but I am convinced that they should in some way. And my question to Hans was about how to open up schools, because I think that this is crucial for the interconnection of formal and informal education. These stands just fell down of the House of International Collaboration. Our partner, let's remember our partners before they fall down. This is the easiest way to maintain our educational system, to keep it updated, to prevent it from losing legitimacy, and also to facilitate to young people the skills that they need to maintain hope, the hope that their life has a meaning and has an objective, which I think is a shared interest of us all, be it the headmaster of Liverpool College or any teacher in the Czech Republic. Thank you.
And now let me ask Bob on stage, because we have a first panel discussion ahead of us. We will be happy if you join us. We don't want to hold lectures from here, so Slido is available to us. And at the same time, a colleague of mine will be passing the microphone if you are interested to ask questions, so please feel engaged, and we will be looking at the bypass, at the bridge, and the key aspects of education of the 21st century. Now let me invite the panelists. Tomáš Haselbauer, Director of the Center for Democratic Learning.
Bára
Starková, President of the association called Thank You That We Can. Šimon Presser, head of the sports and education sector of the House of International Collaboration, and Jan Habel, professor, once again. When we prepared this conference, we held an informal dinner with people that were supposed to be younger than us, under 30, and we asked them what was important to them in terms of education. Well, we talked about the perspective of students today. We wanted to find out more about their thoughts. And we thought about informal aspects of education, but we didn't find any answers. So let me open the discussion once again. Tomáš, you haven't been to the dinner. Perhaps you will provide a more successful answer. What are the most informal aspects of education? Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. I'm not 30 anymore. But what my previous speakers said, I agreed with that. What we say that informal aspects of education are, we think that goes beyond the formal official education. But I do education because I think informal aspects are very important. In other words, work with groups of students and with safety in student communities and security. And where we talk about secure space in children communities, we think in first place about spoiling them. But we want young people to be engaged in the learning process, and they should feel comfortable and nice, and they should be able to develop themselves. But we should also focus on children and on creating a safe place, and a safe and secure place for them, so that something meaningful can happen in school. Bara, you said that there are people in your team that are 20 at most. What do you perceive it like? Once you ask this question, this very tricky question, we tend to answer this question on the 17th of November. What does freedom mean for you? That is a very complex question. Try to answer it. My perception is that interactiveness is very important. We are trying to find out what the needs are, but in both directions, students from teachers and teachers from students. And we can have an open discussion. We can talk about what is necessary in education. So, interactions. Shimon, what about the House of International Collaboration and its relationship to informal education? What is your perception as an institution, and you can share with us your personal thought? We like informal education very much because it supplements formal education, and I think we will have a very strict combination of formal and informal education. Formal education is based on facts, hard facts. Informal education tends to provide soft skills, competencies that will be more important in future. I'm the last generation that heard you need to be able to calculate by heart because you won't be carrying your calculator all the time. But now you have your phone, and with your phone you are connected to all knowledge of humankind. So if you ask me a question regarding facts, I'm quite likely to find the answer in 2 minutes. I can tell you in which year Comenius died. I can find a formula, a mathematic formula, or photosynthesis, a chemical formula. Everybody here learned that, but is no longer able to say it by heart, and we can find it out. So it does not make sense to force children to learn by heart and then highly likely to forget it. We need to teach them competencies, the way of treating information, to critically think about processes, information, to have financial literacy and well-being. All these concepts and things are very hard to facilitate in formal learning. The teacher can, of course, provide the definition. Well-being is this and that by definition, and to achieve well-being you need to do this and that with such a frequency, but nobody will do it like that. So that's why informal learning is so important. Professor Haber, what do you think about informal education? And then we can after answering the question, we can get back to some other aspects. If you talk about facts being not that important, some people are quite shocked. On the 15th of November 1680.
Se vším souhlasím a nadšeně.
I agree, I fully agree with everything what has been said so far. But I will tell you 4 more times what we need. Having technologies, I have all the facts within 1 minute. I will get advice from Google or the artificial intelligence regarding photosynthesis or nuclear bomb. If you want a nuclear bomb, you have it. And that is why I'll be reiterating, and Comenius did that as well, and he was annoying to people, but what we need, rather than information, we need competencies, and that includes morality, ethics. That is information that I have, but I have a good reason, and please don't overhear it. I must have a good reason for not abusing, not misusing the information. I have to use the information well. And that is what we need to discuss at education, how to form, how to shape such individuals. Let me use a Slido. There is a question for you, Professor Habel, following from your last contribution, how to form a character despite the state of affair in society, when there are not so many good examples. Well, you can mention some examples, you can lead by example. How to form a character? To answer that question, whether it's educatable, whether it's teachable, is there a method, and so on. We need time to find that out, and I don't have time right now, but one of the principles of Comenius was, if anybody wants, I can be a teacher or a parent or a director in a company, whoever I am. There are a couple of things that I have to do and that I mustn't do to make a positive impression and to influence positively characters of children that are entrusted to me. And one of the principles of Comenius is to lead by example, to live by example. That's easily said. I'm not living like an example. I don't know if you are. And Comenius says, I'm neither. But once I fail as a parent, as a teacher, what I do at that moment is also an example. So when he says, learn or teach children penitence, it is quite an antique work, but self-reflection, ethical self-reflection, I failed. Please forgive me. That is so important to human character and to interpersonal relationships. I'm sorry for the long answer, but we also need to live by example and to create examples. To admit a mistake, that is one of the most important traits that we can pass on as educators or teachers. No one is errorless in education, but also in bringing mistake is something that is punished. If you look at how you cope with mistakes. Tomáš, in your Center for Democratic Learning, you have been trying to bring something to schools that is represented disproportionately, something like participation, something like living together, preparing a basis for civic society. We have been living for a long time in natural environment, but now our environment is more cultural, social. Are we successful? Should we strengthen the bypass, according to you? I think schools are quite successful, at least schools that we cooperate with. They have done a lot of work. I know a lot of teachers that have done a lot of work. They advance their schools, their institutions. However, it is only a small fragment in the entire education system. And when we visit a school, the head teacher wants to have a student parliament, and the first reaction of teachers is a defense mechanism and negation of what children will tell us, what we are about to do, what we are expected to do, and so on. That's the usual response. But sometimes we take a different approach. There are various education tools. We like to work with a class where the teacher talks with the students about other things than subjects, organizational and so on. We introduce it in communities that are maybe not as strong. We need to plan formal parameters at first, the plan, and then we learn the skills, how to do such a class. And once the knowledge is passed on, such as student parliament, and then we have the teachers on board. They are keen on developing the student characters, or the pupils' characters, and they learn how to respond to situations where children challenge the teachers. And I don't feel very well either if I'm in the role of a teacher. But then it doesn't matter whether it is, an organizational class or student parliament or class of chemistry. It doesn't matter. You have the interaction, but you need to plan for it. You need to leave this notion that this organization class is something on top of everything, that it goes beyond that, but it's good, very good for the students. It's a lot of effort. It's good that you do it. Para, you are seeking to achieve something similar. With your initiative at your birthday party, I learned that was a very nice party on the 17th of November. That is something that has quite a huge impact on society, and you develop a network throughout the Czech Republic that has similar goals for young people. Because young people don't get everything at school. Yes, we started in 2014 with international work, and we tried to inform the young generation about the 17th of November, and to do it only on the 17th of November, it is a short period of time, and we heard that children should learn about that event at school, but usually that is not the case. If you, in your history classes, get to the Second World War, you can be very happy. So we worked with pupils from primary and secondary schools, and it was about learning the rest of the history, but also about social or soft skills that are related to the topics of the 20th and 21st century. And we found out that we wanted to help schools with that. Students can voluntarily register and then can apply it for the rest of their lives, and that is very important to us. So we will be rolling that out next year, and we'll very much looking forward to that. Shimon, we always here we tend to look at public institutions, education institutions, schools. But you always bring teachers, travel them abroad. So what is your approach? What is your experience, because you've been doing it for years? And why is it so important to have experience from abroad and to have a much broader perspective? Thank you for mentioning it, Marketa. International collaboration at our House of International Collaboration. We're responsible for dozens of programs, such as Erasmus+. That has also an informal branch of education. It's not about going to university abroad. There are many more aspects, many more parts of the programs. But the change is that we do not send the students abroad, but associations or groups of young people, young communities that want to have an informal education project. They can apply for our funds, and this organization, if the subsidy is awarded, will get the funding. And there are various organizations with various specializations. Some organizations look at financial literacy, sports, or informal education via sports. It is a broad range of focuses. And what is really cool is that those projects are international. If you build your character, one of the most important things, in my opinion, is not teachers, but the group, my community, my fellow students, my fellow pupils. And during the exchange stays, from 5 days to several weeks, it's not much time, but it's sufficient to meet other people from other parts of Europe, from countries that are associated to the program, and you find out that the competencies can be built not only here in the Czech Republic or at school in a certain class, but you can build your character also with young people from entire Europe. And there is some research according to which within a week or two people have better skills in communicating with people from other cultures, and these competencies are hard to teach in a formal way at schools. And due to informal education, they acquire such skills within a week, within a couple of days. Some students and some pupils don't want to go abroad. If you take the OECD average, the share of graduates or university students going abroad is not that high. That is a nice question. We would appreciate if everybody passed a certain form of informal education. We are trying to increase the proportion of students participating in informal education. One of the conditions for our projects is that his or her age must be between 15 and 30. The grant covers all costs, so this means that the participation doesn't cost the young person at all. Perhaps if you want to send a postcard back home, then you have to pay for it. But unfortunately, we are not able to reach out to young people from disadvantaged communities that do not have other chances to participate in other programs. So we are very happy for any distribution by school or by charitable organization and so on, because we want to have as many people as possible that know about the opportunities. You have an additional question? And a note, okay. So from 13 to 30, that's the age necessary. Unfortunately, the participant doesn't speak on the microphone. Yes, no, he has the microphone. My name is Petr Diamant. We have a community school for homeschooling. And our great advantage is that we have 27 children and we have 4 guides. We have sufficient time for our students. What I liked about your contribution is that now we want to send children for practice. We are trying to address the concept of a school that will be based on apprenticeships. People or young people would go abroad to go somewhere for an activity that they are interested in. If you want to be a car mechanic, then you spend 3 or 4 days a week at school and you don't touch the engine at all. For us, practice is very important. And the question is, can children participate in such programs that are schooled at home? It depends on the format of the project, but if the project is in informal education, so it's not about children going to school, sitting 8 hours a day at school. You mentioned car mechanic. If you want to bring them to a German factory, talking to experts on the automotive industry, they might be perhaps discussing engines with experts. So if it's informal education, they can do it. It can be organized by an association or by school or whatever. If there is somebody else who wants to raise a question, please don't hesitate to do so. Perhaps there will be some participants of the projects. Professor Habel has had international experience. You studied at the University of Wales, and perhaps you might remember what or to which extent your experience influenced you. When I remember it correctly, you said almost everything what you need you learned at school. But what brought you this international experience?
Mě tam ohromně pomohlo.
What helped me tremendously was the fact that I sat down with the professor and the colleagues at a fireplace. We sat around the fireplace, and what we heard during the lecture, we talked about that until 2 a.m. They bring just tea, so yes, we drank tea. But those were the key moments when we argued about things and when this person was there with us, not in a hurry, not in a rush anywhere. And it seemed that he himself understood that something important is happening to us, the students, and that it's worth it to be with us. So they were there for us to talk. And we were there to learn to think, to learn to give arguments, to learn to negotiate. And this was more valuable than the lectures. I mean, the lectures were great, but these moments, I could talk about this for a very long time. And was this a role model? Are you trying to do this with your students? Do you give them your time? Well, that's the thing. A university, the Faculty of Education in this country, they just flow right through our system. And I'm from the Department of Education and Psychology, which means that everyone goes through us. The entire school year, just 400 students every year. Everything goes through us. And how am I supposed to have the time to develop a relationship with them? Of course I try. In my seminars, I do as much as I can. We don't have a fireplace, actually. I wanted to ask about that. You don't have a fireplace. I do have one at home, but I can't fit 400 people in that. So I try as much as I can to build a relationship with those Well, not those 400. We divide them into seminars, but it's a seminar for 30 students. That's... I try to talk about it. That's the thing I can do. That things could be different. I will remind everyone that we have Slido and that you can ask your questions there. So if you have any questions, you can use the traditional method by raising your arm. You can use Slido. I want to ask our guests in this panel discussion if they could talk about how do they see in terms of the boundaries between formal and informal education, because I think these should be abolished, essentially, because talking about formal and informal education is a mistake, because as we talk about, education is a complex thing that's happening at school or in many other places, many other situations, which means that we shouldn't really think about a boundary between the two. Do you have an idea how to do that? Because the education system often creates these boundaries artificially by having some priority requirements, like this is part of the entrance exams, therefore you need to learn this to go through the education system because this matters in terms of your social mobility in the future. So, if you think about that, how do we erase, or at least make the boundary more permeable? I never really understood this, because people told us, you're in non-profit, you do informal education, and I thought, well, I guess. How can I tell? What does it actually mean? Because it doesn't really make sense. Because, yes, from formal education you have some kind of output, some kind of certificate, but that's for the labor market. I don't care about the labor market. I care about the person, the individual, the young person. And we always tried that to ensure that whatever happens at school makes sense. And I think the Czech education system is quite open and quite free. And talking about formal and informal education, what brings what to whom, that's nice. But all you need is a bit of courage. And I know quite a lot of headmasters and principals who bring what they want to the school. And they can do that. And I know the Czech school inspection, and it's not that the inspector comes in to complain. Yes, some are conservative, some of us are conservative. The parents are conservative because my school looked different, so I want the same thing that I had for my children. But you can talk about that. You can explain that. You can communicate, you can draw the community in so that they support us and give us money to do well at school. But you can also open questions that they're interested in. You can talk to them. So you need just a bit of courage, a bit of openness, and I think there are no boundaries. And from your experience, because you've been in the education system for quite a while, is the percentage of the people who have the courage, is it growing? I'm sure it is. One big disadvantage is that our system, in terms of what the state is supplying, sometimes we have nothing to stand on. Because I'm in one of the programs developing a curriculum, it doesn't seem to be doing anything, I'm worried about the impact on schools. Actually, I worry about the people who are going to be implementing this, but you're actually answering a question from Slido. Do you see an opportunity in a deeper connection between formal and informal education in the current review of the framework programs? So you're already talking about that. Well, the whole process is wrong, and I could get very angry, but you know, I don't want to escape the question. I'm very angry at the NPI, the institute, the people from NPI, that it's really not processed very well. The outputs won't be good enough because we don't have the time, but I don't want to talk about that right here and right now. I don't think there's an opportunity at this point. And if we had some time, we could have this opportunity, because we talk about this among people who are on the same wavelength, that's the difference between formal and informal education. Well, the framework revision certainly is not at that stage yet. Well, I work at the NPI, I can talk to my colleagues who are taking part in this thing. It doesn't make sense to me either, so it's good that you mention it. Now we have an aside, we have a question. And from the European Renaissance Institute, I want to respond. Isn't this also because of the school? Because instead of talking about the ministry, where something is informal or informal, I'm from a different field entirely, but the discussion seems to be the same everywhere you go. People talk about form, people talk about things that don't matter, and the client, the one who provides the service, I'm worried about the teachers, as you mentioned. So the question really is, wouldn't it be best, now that the Minister of School is a former university director, to tell him to drop this at the level of school headmasters? And the residue from the transformation, just abandon that completely. So the headmasters are not answering to the heads of their municipality, but like in church, they are under the Ministry of Education. So the building, school building itself, that's up to the municipality. But the problem is that the headmaster is answering to people who don't understand anything about education. Well, there's the legislative angle, the angle of powers, because this is something people talk about a lot in the Czech educational system, that schools, of course, are dependent on the headmaster, and the headmaster is selected by a municipality. But, okay, let's sum this up through our other guests. Okay, Bára. For me, education is a lifelong journey, so you should not separate the individual parts. But one thing I see that is different, which is that informal education can be swifter in responding to needs and to what's happening in the 21st century right now. And it's more flexible at taking a thing and putting it into informal education. So it's not just about teachers and headmasters, but it can reach the system as a whole. So in this, there should not be any differences, but I think formal education should understand that informal education is important and just complements it. It does things that the formal thing cannot do. Yes, but this requires courage and openness, so we should probably think about how to motivate this, how to ensure the system has these properties. Yes, I think we need to... Drawing a line between formal and informal education doesn't really make sense, because there can be informal methods in formal education. The teaching of a topic, let's say in social sciences, doesn't have to be based on the fact that there's a teacher in front of a class and talks for 45 minutes about how many MPs there are in the parliament and what happens to a bill before it becomes a law. We can do it informally. Okay, so let's say this half of the class is the Chamber of Deputies, this half is a Senate. Let's try to propose a law that ensures that you have a hamburger every day for lunch or free ice cream in the school cafeteria. And so this informal role-playing method, pupils realize what actually happens. Because you write something down on the whiteboard, people will forget it in a few minutes. But actually we need to argue this. Because I have this classmate who's a senator, who can send it back to me, they will remember how it works. And I can guarantee that the pupils, the students, will find this a lot more fun. And every good teacher enjoys it when the children have fun. That's the joy of teaching, of seeing the discussion, seeing that they're clearly learning, than just standing there and giving the frontal education, looking at these bored faces staring into their phone screen. So you have to have this will on the side of the teachers and the headmasters to use the informal methods and informal subject. And projects, extracurricular projects outside the school itself, this can be based on the fact that this is a good thing to do. And it's not even a difference between formal and informal, what you talked about earlier. It's a difference between facts, which we emphasize, which is how many MPs there are in the Chamber of Deputies, how many senators there are in the Senate, which is completely irrelevant to the concept of democracy, because the number of members in a body does not tell you anything about the democratic character of anything. Even non-democratic countries have parliaments, after all. But what you talk about is gaining competence of acting democratically. When you try out what is it like to decide about something that we have different opinions on, we have different interests clashing, so there should not be a boundary. It should not be that facts are formal and competencies are informal. I don't think so. Of course, it's all inherently interrelated. The teacher and the pupil should have an idea whether we have 200 or 800 or a million MPs. But the main thing is knowing, okay, this is the process, this is how the thing is happening. And if I want to influence the process, where can I do that? What can I do? What is my voting right? Who can I turn to if I have an issue? If there's something I care about, what can I do? So, of course, you need to give them some of the basic facts of how this thing works, but then there's also the competence and the courage of the teacher. I need to spread this to the young people, to be involved, to not be afraid to join in. And I think that's the path forward. Well, Shimon, as you mentioned, it's the courage of the teacher towards the pupils, towards the headmaster, but you also need courage towards the parents, because it turns out in surveys 60% of parents are happy with the educational system. And some of them might not like it if they found out that their child doesn't know what happened in which year, but was learning competences in a forest somewhere. So how to change the mindset of the parents, of the public? Are you trying to do that? What I want to tell these people, okay, go ahead and convert a Word document to a PDF. Because if the older generation thinks this is how we always done it since forever, as you sit down, you listen to something for 40 minutes, then there's a test where you write down what you just heard, and that's it, formal learning, accomplished, good job. That's not how it works. If you look at the things around us, competencies are so much more important, and I think we need to tell them and raise the awareness of the parents that the way they learned in the 70s, 80s or 90s, that doesn't work, that doesn't make sense anymore. And the fact that it has always been like this doesn't mean it has to be like this forever. And before I will give the room to the gentleman in the middle, I actually have the same question that I want to ask to Professor Habel, because you're training future teachers. So how do you try to ensure that their mindset, their thinking about their future job acknowledges the change in education of the upcoming generation?
My jsme v Hradci Králové nejlepší univerzita.
In Hradec Králové, we are the best university in the world, and we know exactly what we should do. We have our methodologies, we have our tools, we have our procedures. We do everything the right way. And still, the graduates resist us. Was that perhaps a bit sarcastic? No, actually. If you can give me 30 seconds in which to philosophize about this. The root of the word is form, and every form that is created for a good purpose. A form is not a bad thing. A form keeps things in shape, and so on. But when something changes, the original form, which used to be good, is suddenly harmful, and you need a reform. And that's what I'm trying to do, as much as I can. But reforms, I take a lot of work. Reform is the word we don't like to hear in the Czech educational system. We have a question over there. David Karliš from OrgPad. I wanted to ask, How does this relate to Schola Ludus, school by playing, as Comenius talked about it? How do you understand this? And how can you establish this concept in secondary and tertiary education, even if you have 400 students? That's another one for me, but I'll be very brief this time. Okay, Schola Ludus, that's Comenius' work, it's wonderful. And he means school by playing. This is not playing games in his concept. Here, children, go ahead and have fun. It's there, yes. The playfulness is part of that. He talks about fun, entertainment. He was the first in the history of teaching who noticed that children like to play. And he says, okay, if children like to play, well, let's take advantage of that. You don't have to say, stop playing, come here, I am going to teach you. To use the play. And it really doesn't matter what is the content, the subject matter. His primary idea is theater, actually. And Schola Ludus was a groundbreaking work, because what he does at this elementary level is he introduces theatrical methods. And the children in Hungary, where he tried this, he was invited there to reform education. The children loved this so much. And it was so primitive, really. So you had a stage with the teacher and the pupils, and he asked questions, and they answered, and it sort of looked like theater. It was so much more fun than what they were used to. That there was a teacher with a cane standing above them, and they had to learn things, broad things by memory. So this elementary thing, this element of theater, when try to identify what he was doing, like psychologically, it was experience. That's the whole thing. He gave them a wonderful experience given the context of that time, and that's why it worked. Oh, sorry. With my 400 students, I try to give them unforgettable experiences that they will remember until their deathbed. Positive experiences, I hope. We have only 17 minutes to go, so let's do this round robin. We talked about this conference and said that we're trying to peer into the future and to present our visions. And I hope you're optimistically minded, because visions can be problematic. But okay, imagine we meet here 10 years from now, the 6 of us, and we'll talk about informal education and how it relates to formal education, about the boundaries between them. What will have happened 10 years from now, so that perhaps we are at this workshop of humanity concept. I'll give you some time to think.
Šimon vypadá, že už ví.
Jo, já už tuším. Já se jenom chci ujistit.
Shimon knows. Okay, are we going to talk about what it is going to look like or what it should look like? Well, actually, I would like to know both. Well, the optimal option, and the reality is like 80% of that, or 20% of that. But for us at the House of International Cooperation, we want to ensure that as many people as possible have some international experience that they can draw on and change the idea of education. And from this, they will pick the best and will implement them here in this country, so that our education system progresses forward and we are better able to respond to what is happening. Because Bara said this really well. Because before AI enters the curriculum of formal and informal learning, it's going to take a while, even if we do our best in terms of any reforms. But informal projects are already happening, even though this is something that really entered the mainstream last autumn or so. But now we can do projects on this. So future, our ideal future is that schools are more flexible, they are better able to respond to current issues, they teach competences rather than when a document was signed. We all remember from school that the Golden Bull of Sicily was signed in 1212 because it's easy to remember, but what good is that? We'll learn competences, we'll learn how to handle information. We'll be prepared for our future life. Because the information won't be just on your phone, but maybe in an implant in your brain, who the hell knows? Okay, now 80% of that could be reality? Well, I think 20% of that will be a reality, but we will see. Okay, thank you. And I agree with Shimon, I agree with everyone about everything at this panel, but what I want to say is that for me, the figure I care about, there's a research by One World at School which asks students if they consider themselves active or not. And 86% of students do not consider themselves to be active. And for me, the dream is 10 years from now to see a figure of 75, 80%, in part because the schools were better able to involve the children in, whether it's informal or informal, doesn't matter, that we have more students' organizations that find the way to the children and that we can help them be engaged and understand what to do. So that would be a major success for me. It certainly would. Okay, informal education, okay, what is it? Let's spread informal education to formal education and talk about 10 years from now. What I would love to see, I would love to see schools that are open to the community and the teachers feel like guides. It's not a nice word, but the managers of time and space, creating the good time and space for themselves and for the children, and the rest will happen all by itself. And let's say 50 years from now, the schools ideally should be something that brings to society open questions and discussions about values. That schools realize that this is where the different parents, grandparents, children meet from different environments, different social strata. And values is what builds character, what we actually want. It doesn't have to be a single education system, 10 commandments for the entire republic, that we have a community of people who care about things. And the school is part of that, because that's the privilege of being the institution that opens up topics that we're closing our eyes in front of. We talk about values in our society. I would love to see that. That's very nice and excellent for our professor, because the University of Hradec Králové cannot be better, but the education system certainly could be better. It seems to me that our education system, as I've been watching it for many years, is acting like an abused child. I don't know what's your perspective. A child that's somewhat abused, there may be a bit of domestic violence, and when the inspector comes to the school, the response of all the participants is the same as with the abused, neglected child. So 10 years from now, I would like to see this changed, this mentality, this mindset of a victim. So we'll talk about values, and we'll have thousands of new teachers. 10 years from now, okay, I have 400 a year, so that's a few thousand teachers who will come to the school convinced I'm not here to talk about chemical formulae, but I am doing a workshop of humanity. Well, 50% of graduates never go to school, so that's not going to happen. And for me, if I had a wish, it would be that the 50% of students, of graduates who don't go there, would. I think those 50% could improve things quite a lot. We have some questions on Slido. I want to ask if anyone wants to ask in person, because it works pretty well, so if there's something on Slido, should I read it out? I can read it out.
Už se těšíme.
We are looking forward to it.
My jsme to tu zmiňovali. Biflování mnoha faktů je nesmyslné.
Well, we have mentioned that learning facts. Okay, you need to learn facts in order to train your brain. How should we involve this gymnastics of brain into education? We all love to go to school. Teachers are excited about having active pupils and students, but they don't get any facts. The entire education is primarily focused on soft skills and no facts whatsoever, or very few facts. So what do we need to do to train our brains? I don't think one can work alone. We need to teach facts. The young person needs to know that we have a parliament. So some basics. We cannot teach only soft skills. That's impossible. There will always be an element concerning facts. And what the biology of brain is concerned, I don't remember, I don't understand that, but you talk with your fellow students, you need to respond to the answers to the opinions. It's not about informal education being fun, you know, sitting in a chair and enjoying the spectacle that evolves around you, but you are involved in action and you need to interact. That is why I believe there is some brain activity going on. Okay, and we have another question. Just briefly. Yes, that's the case. Endoplasmatic reticulum is something that our children need to learn at biology. And they need to memorize that it is a cognitive process and they need to remember it. I'm exaggerating it a little bit. But if you are to speak to Hans in English, then you need to learn about past present. You need to learn your vocabulary. There is a certain effort overcoming your laziness. It's work. So there must be some basics. But do you know what endoplasmatic reticulum is? I didn't know until recently, but I had my daughter in her grade 6, and she was learning for her test, epithelial membrane, and I understood that it is a part of a cell. And in our intimate pedagogical moment, I asked her, "What is it?" And she knows me. She tells me, "Please don't write to the teacher." They have a good teacher. Please let me learn it. There's a test. But they have a PowerPoint presentation. Then they see this stain, and there is a legend, and they need to test it. They need to learn it, and they get tested. And what I want to say is, yes, we need to train our memory, to train our cognitive functions, but you can do it many ways, many more interesting ways, using PowerPoint presentations and so on, than what I could see in England. And we know that. Our lectures are about that. We lecture about heuristic methods. But to do that, to apply that in practice, the teachers shouldn't only learn or hear about it. They can teach endoplasmatic reticulum in a different way. It's not about this reticulum, it's about experience, it's about learning. I thought about dramatizing or preparing a theater, a play in a theater about this reticulum. And there's another question. At times of cultural wars, teachers struggle with addressing values. How should they teach about values if we as society cannot agree on common values? I think teachers should be authentic. I do not have enough information. Let's talk about that. We are not seekers of the global truth. We are not those who can say what is right and what is wrong. But we are responsible and we should guarantee that the process is correct, is right. I should involve as many people as I can. Of course, I'll be failing. Of course, I'll be making mistakes. That's part of it. But it's not about saying what's right and what's wrong, whether one value is more important than another one, but you need to open a safe space. And perhaps you will hear some other opinions, and perhaps you can make a different impact on the children. You can just share with them what your values are. So it's about courage and authenticity. That's future that I would wish for. If I can add another story, I studied at the Maastricht University, and the system was based on tutorials, 14 students and one mentor who didn't talk, but one student was about to prepare questions and reading resources and prepare the class. We had economics in that way, and my fellow student came from Spain, and he was a member of the Communist Party, and we had an argument about communism and capitalism, and then we went to a fireplace, which we didn't have, but we talked about that for another 12 hours, and we became very good friends. We agreed to disagree, but we liked very much that we opened the topic and that we were able to communicate about the topic, and we tried to understand why the other has these views and what it came from. So it's not about passing on opinion, but it's about creating space for expressing opinions, and children should be able to take views from others. Thank you. David? That was wonderful. You can see the humanity among the differences. That is amazing experience. Thank you very much for that. I liked very much what Professor Habel said. This allusion of the Czech educational system to an abused child. So I think it's about victimization, or it's about perceiving oneself as a victim. It's so typical of the Czech Republic. But let me start with Jan Hus. It's really interesting to have a martyr, Mr. Hus, and then you have another martyr on another square in the old town. That's quite interesting for nations that are so proud. But then you have 1968, 1918, and 1938, and then you find out that Munich, the Munich Agreement, was quite different, or had quite a different story, and that it was inflicted by ourselves, by our government, and we need to be victims. I work for the National Teacher Institute, and we have also some efforts going on, and the most valuable moments are when we have done with the formal aspects, and then we talked about teachers sharing their ideas or impressions and feelings, what they do when the school inspection is about to come. They are vomiting and so on. or if one teacher visits another teacher in his or her class, even if they're friends, even if that one will not criticize the other, they feel under pressure. I wanted to make sure to highlight that this is part of our mentality in the Czech Republic, that we are not able to step out of the role of a victim and to take over responsibility. He wants to respond as well. Thank you. Thank you very much for this contribution. It's great. I wanted to say it for the entire time, but the lady was just passing me by. But the education did not prepare me to take the mic and to speak up. I was silent, and now I'm very happy that I got rid of this feeling. I have been headmaster for 25 years, and at the end of my career I realized that if I want to do something at school, then I need to do it myself. It's very simple and easy. What I tried, what I thought of, what I wanted my teachers to do, I myself should have done that, and that it would have worked out better, but unfortunately these 25 years have passed by. So the most important thing is the first attempt, the first effort, and the first effort is done by the headmaster.
Já chci, aby, a to je o té otevřenosti a
And it's about openness and democracy. I wanted to enforce, I wanted to introduce at my school, but I realized that if I want my teachers to be open towards children and to be democratic in their conduct, they cannot do it by themselves. They need to experience it from myself. And then once they do, they pass it to the children automatically, and they like to do it. And then we have school inspection. And I'm not afraid of them. I'm looking forward to them because I've been 25 years in the education system. I think that was a nice final remark. We are at the end of our panel discussion. Let me thank our guests, Tomáš Hauselbauer, Bára Starková, Šimon Presser, and Professor Habel. Thank all of you that you have been with us, and we have 20 minutes for our break.
aby jsme dokázali lépe reagovat vlastně na to, co se dneska ve světě děje.
V první řadě role učitele jako inspirujícího lídra, který inspiruje ke vztahu k vzdělávání a sám ukazuje, proč je to pro něj osobně důležitý, což vidím jako velkou proměnu oproti studnici znalostí a informací. A druhá věc je schopnost a ochota rozpoznávat silné stránky.
Formální a neformální vzdělávání bez sebe nemůže fungovat a mělo by se navzájem doplňovat a je dobře, že vlastně tady existují organizace neformálního vzdělávání, které můžou pomáhat tomu systému, aby byl rychlejší, aby jsme dokázali lépe reagovat vlastně na to, co se dneska ve světě děje.
V první řadě role učitele jako inspirující.
I přes
A jako každá správná konference se dostáváme do skluzu hned po prvním panelu.
And as the right conference, we don't stick to the time anymore, as we have some time to catch up. So please come back to the hall, and we have a note here. There is somebody who rented an electric scooter, who parked it in front of the opera premises. Please park it somewhere else because it's not allowed to park e-scooters on the street. And for those of you who are in time, we would like to start our second section of our conference. The others spending their time, the coffee break, they did not deserve it, but we rely on our colleague who will say to our guests to come back and to our participants. The second section is about digital competencies and sustainable development. Our mission today is not only to look at the future in terms of education, but also what comes ahead of us. And sustainable development is something that people in education are concerned about, but also people outside education. And I think it is quite good to combine the two topics. Our section will have two parts. The first one will be presented by Petr Daniš, followed by a panel discussion similar like in the first section. Let me welcome you. Once again, you can use Slido or you can raise your hand to get mic and to speak up. Now, let me invite Petr Daniš, director of the Tereza Education Center, and also Pavučina Ecological Center, and he says that he likes what we do for our children in education, but he is also an ambassador for sustainable future, sustainable development, and he is an author of a book that I can recommend to you for reading. But now let me welcome Petr Daniš on stage. The floor is yours.
Dobrý den.
Good morning.
Éra globálního oteplování skončila.
The era of global warming has ended. The era of global boiling has arrived. Do you know the climate activist who has stated this claim? This is his picture.
Tak víte, kdo to je?
Do you know who he is?
Ne, někdo ví, někdo ne. No, je to Antonio
somebody does, somebody does not. It is Antonio Guterres, and he's not a climate activist. He's the General Secretary of the United Nations, and he said this sentence at the end of July, once scientists proclaimed this month as the warmest month ever in the history of measuring temperature. I have one organizational question. Can we project the presentation in the original dimensions, 16 times 9? Can you do something about it?
Mě všude doporučovali, že prezentace 16:9 to je dnešní forma.
16 times 9 is a format recommended to me by many. I try to adjust myself. Okay, thank you. Now it works. This summer, heat waves were not only in Europe but in the United States, China, in Greece. There were a lot of fires, and also in Canada. A friend of mine lives in Canada, in British Columbia, and what he says is horrible. There are hundreds of fires raging on in the vicinity. They cannot control the fires. They can barely monitor it. There are a lot of people losing their property. This year in Canada, forests have burned down on an area twice as large as the Czech Republic. So this is just an example of what is happening in the world. If you ask the top scientists, climate scientists, If they are surprised by something, they answer the fires, the storms, the heat waves are in accordance with our estimates that we have been giving for many years. If we are surprised by some things, these are two things. First, the temperature of oceans. Oceans are warmer than ever, and the temperature is outside the graph. It's outside all the simulations by humans. And what is happening around the melting of ice, around the Antarctic, it goes beyond the graph. Ice melts much faster than predicted, and the scientists do not have simulations that cover that. That estimate that the situation is quite grave. Is there a solution? I hope we will come up with a solution, but I would like to test you at first. You have an education background, so you are accustomed to such questions. Let me ask you 4 questions that have been asked to Czech citizens in a survey, Non-Transformation 2022, Czech Non-Transformation 2022. It's a survey on climate change and transformation of society, organized by Institute 2050 and the STEM agency. I'll be giving you the same questions as in this survey, only some of them, and you can contemplate whether you have a right and correct answer. During my presentation, I hope you will get the answer to this question, and at the end we will look at the answers and also at the answers of Czech citizens, which is quite interesting. Ready? Go. Green Deal for Europe is aimed at reducing greenhouse gas emissions until 2050 by 50% compared to the current situation. Yes or no? You can write it down. You have some time to think about. Second question. Technologies that produce renewable energies, such as solar, wind, or water, have become significantly cheaper in the past years. Yes or no? You can think about it. You can estimate the right answer. Third. Green Deal bans to drive any cars with internal combustion engine, ICE cars, after 2035. You can guess what the right answer is. And the last question. The Czech Republic produces more greenhouse gas emissions per capita than China, India, or the United Kingdom. Yes or no? Great. You've thought about the questions. Now let me return to where we stopped. The climate situation is quite severe. Do we have some solutions? Yes, we do. The solutions for the preservation of climate and future generations are there, but we need to implement them very fast. The story is as follows. The first step is to stop emitting greenhouse gases and to reach climate neutrality in 2050 at the latest. Many countries have been working on that or have promised that. These are the blue countries. That's the good news. Is it realistic to achieve that goal? It is realistic, but it won't be easy. CO2 emissions come from burning fossil fuels, such as gas, oil, and so on. We produce heat, we do it in transport, in the industry, in energy sector. But we have alternative ways of doing it. It is not easy, but the solutions exist. And how to do it is summarized in my book. The second step is we need to sequester CO2 from the atmosphere. We need to get CO2 back in order to reduce the CO2 level at a safe value for the survival of humankind. We are at 420 ppm. These are the units of concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere, parts per million, and the safe level is 350 at maximum or less. We lived with no more than 390 ppm throughout the history of mankind. It won't be easy to sequester CO2, but there are also solutions at hand. Now let's look at what is happening in the world. That is Henrik Poulsen from Denmark. He was a director at Lego, and he was successful. That's why he was invited to become a CEO of an energy company in bankruptcy. I don't know its name. That was because the fossil fuel prices went down, dramatically down, and that's why they went in bankruptcy. And Henrik Poulsen decided to reorient to wind power. They rebuilt the way of building wind power plants to make them more efficient and more productive. They were renamed to Ørsted, and Ørsted became the largest producer of wind farms worldwide, not only building in Denmark, the Netherlands, Taiwan, the United States, and so on. The value of the company was or is multiple than it used to be in the past. I very much like to hear that experts say in the Czech Republic that you cannot build your energy sector on wind power. I've forgotten something. Solar and wind electricity is the cheapest source of power of electricity. It is cheaper than coal, it is cheaper than nuclear energy. This is a chart depicting 2009 and 19, and over this period the energy price of solar and wind has rapidly decreased. One energy expert, Mr. Harvey, says now it's cheaper to save the world than to destroy it. And in this context, it is quite interesting to hear the Czech experts say you cannot build your energy sector on wind and solar power. Looking at Denmark, in the first half of 2023, 75% of electricity came from renewables, from wind and solar. You can see it in the chart what is happening in the last years, from 2015 to 2023. The green line depicts renewables, the black coal or fossil sources of energy. And California, more than 50%. Germany is coming close to 50%. In all developed countries, the renewables proportion is rising. This is the situation in Finland, France. This is the first half of this year, Spain. The charts are very similar. One of the few exceptions in the European Union that lags behind and that cannot identify the opportunities is Czechia. This is the chart depicting situation in Czechia. And this makes Czechia one of the 30 countries with largest CO2 emissions per capita. In the European Union, we are the second worst. The first place goes to Luxembourg. So far, the energy sector. Now, transportation. New electric vehicles are competitive in terms of price. ICE cars, if you take into account the operating costs that are much higher in terms of ICE cars, then e-cars are competitive. And regarding the ban of ICE cars after 2035, it is not an invention of the EU. A similar ban is in place in China, and the automotive manufacturers don't need it anymore. In 2020, the largest car maker, General Motors, and then there is no European Union regulation, and it said that in 2035 it won't build ICE cars. After 112 years, Audi wants to have only e-cars in 2033, Jaguar in 2025. Another story. This is Brent Constance, a US expert on biomineralization at Stanford. He's entrepreneurial. He owns 100 patents, and since 2007 he has worked on an initiative to store CO2 in building materials. And he came up with this in his company Blue Planet. Do you know what it is? This is synthetic kaolin, lime, synthetic limestone, and CO2 sequestered from the atmosphere, from the chimneys of companies, is stored in the limestone. By producing synthetic limestone, and in such limestone there is 340 kilograms of CO2. We mine tons of stone each year, limestone in particular, then we crush it and we put it into concrete. If we were to use this synthetic limestone, then we wouldn't have to mine the natural limestone in the first place, and this limestone would store CO2, and that is a groundbreaking solution. Half a year ago, when I was writing the book, I didn't know about this solution. I dedicated one chapter to the transformation of the industry, and there are two industries that are hard to decarbonize. First, manufacturing of steel, and there is a story in Sweden when they found out about the way of using green hydrogen to produce steel, but I wasn't aware of cement. That accounts for 8% of global emissions worldwide, and this is a revolutionary invention. We can use concrete that has no carbon footprint, but that can even store carbon. So these are essential solutions. The factory for synthetic limestone is near San Francisco, and there are negotiations in place about other. This is Régine Clément from Canada. She studied at the London School of Economics, and she did business in clean technologies, in green tech. Later, in 2016, she became director at a small NGO, CREO Syndicate. Are you a member of this NGO? Martin might be a member of it. you need at least $100 million to become a member. This syndicate associates very rich investors and family funds in particular that are able to invest in climate protection. They network them, they help them offer a portfolio of solutions that are worth investing. This small NGO and its members invested $5 billion in solutions to protect climate and other environmental topics. These are minor investors, but once they invest, they are followed by major investors, and there's another tranche of investment worth $100 billion. And this NGO has an objective to redirect $1 trillion of investment into green transition. That's 12 times more than the Czech Republic's budget. Protection of climate is not an ethical issue, whether we should save something, whether we should be economical. It is a life and death question. We need a stable environment for the global economy. The World Economic Forum estimated that the half of the global GDP is dependent on nature, on stable climate, and so on. Without that, we cannot operate. And climate protection pays off in many industries. Clean technologies are technologies of future. People are interested, companies are interested in that, and you can earn a lot of money in this sector. Global investment in clean energy, and that is an estimate by International Energy Agency, is at $2 trillion. That's many times more than into dirty economics, dirty economy. And we need this disproportion to increase in the favor of clean energy. And the trends today are very clear. 10 or 20 years ago, it might seem like a dream, but the difference between investment into clean and dirty energy will grow up to the benefit of the clean one. And the entire green transition produces labor employment opportunities. In the global report about the development of the global labor market by the Economic Forum, many industries count with the fact that jobs will be created due to the green transition. That's one of the mega trends in the labor market. And now let's look at some questions, or at the questions that I have asked you at the beginning. So, Green Deal for Europe is aimed at reducing greenhouse gas emissions until 2050 by 50% compared to the current situation. No, by 100%. We need to achieve 50% by 2030, quite soon. And I'm sorry, the interpreter doesn't hear the participant because he doesn't have a mic.
Jo. Jasně.
Yes. Carbon neutrality reflects what we are about to store and sequester. Forests won't be the main factor taking CO2 off, but also forests are important. What sources, such as biomineralization and oceans, have a large potential. Growth of algae and other things, natural solutions will be essential There are not that many technical solutions or technological ones. What is important here to stress is that many or the majority of Czech citizens provide a wrong answer. It's not that we don't know. Some people say they don't know. And then they would guess, but the majority of Czech society continuously answers wrong. It is a false idea. My prejudice does not correspond to the reality. So there are 3 times more people providing a wrong answer. And this is something we can see in other questions as well. Technologies producing energy from renewables, such as solar, wind, or water, have become cheaper in the past years. It is fair to say that in the past 2 years they have been a little bit more expensive, but the overall trend is they're getting cheaper. And in Czech society, 2.5 times more false answers, wrong answers than the correct ones. We don't know about the reality. The Green Deal bans all ICE cars after 2035, even operating them. And that's not correct, that's not true. These are only new cars, and this wording was not adopted. Here you can see the answers of Czech society. The majority doesn't know or provides wrong answers. The Czech Republic produces more greenhouse gases per capita than China, India, or the United Kingdom. Yes, unfortunately, yes, China is getting nearer to us. Our carbon footprint is twice as much as in the United Kingdom, and 5 times more than the average citizen of India. Not only do we know little about that, but our ideas about the world are false. The majority of Czech society doesn't deeply understand what consequences climate change brings and what is the direction of the EU and the majority of the world in transformation of society. And there are also myths and distorted information among Czech society that the modernization will be expensive, that it will fail, and so on, and that it will not pay off. The question is, how can we make the right decisions for the future? How can we make the right decision for the energy sector, for the transport section, for our society? What will be the future for our children? So, can we stress less the basics of science that date back to 100 or 200 or 300 years back, that are not sufficient to cope with the current challenges? Can we focus on understanding the current situation, the current challenges, and understanding the solutions that are at hand each year and that will reshape the future, to support entrepreneurial spirit, creativity, and the approach overall to come up with solutions such as Mr. Paulson or the scientist or the economist in the stories that I told you. The future is based on our understanding of the present. This is a sentence that I copied for this conference. Most Czech citizens are illiterate in terms of evaluating current climate challenges. We are also illiterate to a certain extent. And to educate myself, I have consulted 300 sources and wrote this book, Climate as Opportunity, or Climate is an Opportunity. So please read this book and please make climate a priority, not only in the educational system, but also in Czech society. If the book is not enough for you, and if you're looking for ways of teaching about climate, Climate is Changing is another book summing up the challenges and the current situation. And if you're not interested in any publications or books, and if you want practical advice how to teach about climate, you can visit the website učimoklimatu.cz. I teachabouclimate.cz. Thank you very much for your attention.
Já moc krát děkuji Petrovi za příspěvek, za sdílení pozitivních příkladů.
Thank you much for this presentation, for sharing examples, for inspiring us all and giving us this challenge, and for the resources that we can use to expand our knowledge, because education is not something you once get and that's it. You need to keep developing it for a long time. And we'll talk about climate and more in this panel discussion, which will feature once again Petr Daniš, Dita Formánková from Czechitas, Andrzej Neumeier, my colleague from the National Institute of Pedagogy, who mainly focuses on ICT in education, and Bohuslav Hora, who teaches at Chraštice Primary School and is active at the teacher platform. We're so happy you're all here. I was looking for Bohuslav, I was writing to him, and it's great that he came. Petr gave us a wonderful introduction on how illiterate we are in terms of understanding our present, in terms of the ongoing climate change. And my first question actually is to all of you. Where do you see the potential for using technology tools to improve our literacy? We have ChatGPT, which essentially can concentrate quite a lot of knowledge gathered until now, and you can talk to it about climate change, which can be useful if you want to find out more. There are other tools that are now entering into the world of education in some way. You all have experience with that, so the question is, where do you see the opportunities and the risks at the same time? Because the risks are quite obvious, the informational chaos that we live in which climate change can become something that's believed not to even exist. Actually, we have a former president who believed that in terms of humankind's impact on climate change. So what are the risks? Can you comprehensively describe them? Andrzej is smiling at me, so I'm sure he'll start. Good afternoon, not yet, or barely. Petr's introduction was excellent because I think we should look at this in a somewhat broader context. What I have this written down is that the issue is broader than that. It's a mistrust in part of society, a mistrust of science, and a rejection of science. So the population is no longer able to resist disinformation, which is familiar to all of us. You have vaccines causing autism and 9/11 and climate change. We've heard about that. COVID-19, of course. There's a lot of misconceptions floating around. So the question is how to ensure that people are more rational, less emotional. Well, we're all emotional, obviously. We decide based on our emotions. But we are convinced that we are rational, so maybe we should try to fix that. And we should not listen to populists and autocrats, which we haven't heard, but I think it's very closely related. And I feel that there's something I've read or heard somewhere, which I think we can use here. Imagine the buffet style table. say you have this lunch where you have these tables with sweet food and salty food and savory food, and you can just go in there and say it's on a vacation. And what happens the first day? You cram everything in and you eat way too much. The second day, okay, you feel a bit heavy, but you know, still there are so many things to choose from, so you again overeat. And in a few days you manage to pick just what you enjoy and what fits your lifestyle. So you learn eventually. And right now we are in a civilization of abundance, and we are unable to pick what is good for us, and we just cram it all in. So that's the risk, right? And what are the opportunities? I don't have good news for you. Please try. I do digitalization in education. I'm in charge of that in the framework program. Of course, it's AI. AI is now steamrolling everything else, I think for a good reason. But this is still a time when the risks... I don't think the general public sees the risks. And they are coming. Because AI, generative AI, can simulate a lot. It can be sort of creative, quote-unquote creative, because it turns out people are not all that creative, and the AI can simulate creativity quite well. And before we had chatbots, we could fact-check our information on the internet with search engines. And that's actually one of the concepts of digital literacy, the ability to fact-check on the internet, mainly using digital tools. But that's becoming so much harder. The chatbots right now are incredibly good at lying. Even as an expert, I need to double-check their output somewhere else. And if it's a field that I don't understand, then at my advanced age, I can't do that. And expecting our children to be able to do that at their stage of cognitive development, with their life experience or lack thereof, it's so much harder. And sometimes they may be literally unable to fact-check. So I do worry that artificial intelligence will bring a lot of opportunity to those who are using these disinformation tools. They can spread disinformation in a way that looks much more authentic, much more credible, but ultimately it just increases this informational chaos, and defending ourselves against that will be incredibly difficult. But I don't want to pretend I'm a prophet here, because things are changing so rapidly that maybe not. Well, and readership literacy, I think our children are under the OECD average, and if we ignore the multi-year gymnasium-type schools, it's a lot worse, and suddenly there's so much more bias, there's so much more information to keep track of. That's a challenge, and I'm looking at data because I associate data with positive change, if I may say that, in the digital sector. I remember when we supported girls to enter the world of IT, because some 10 or 15 years ago, or when it was, the IT sector was seen as male-dominated, and Chiquita's changed a lot about that. So, is there hope? Do you see hope for AI or technology development? Let's look at it through the lens of opportunity and positivity, because that's my role here. And in the context of digital competencies, the mass adoption of advanced language models like ChatGPT showed a new tool that we can and must use. And I think digital competence includes digital creativity. So a tool for creating new content is part of that, and that's one of the key skills that people should learn. And this applies to the younger generation, whom we are raising for the future job market, and for the adults who need to improve their value, increase their value, doing the job they do. So it's a fantastic tool that can help us generate new multimedia content and text. But what I see as a risk is, and my colleague already mentioned this, that we can't trust the results, and we shouldn't. We have to develop our data literacy as well, critical thinking, evaluate the sources that we're working with, analyze the sources, interpret the sources properly. And another thing that we need in digital competences, we need to develop and help people develop, is the fact that the AI helps us play the role of a partner in discussion, which I think is a fantastic tool that can be utilized in both formal and informal education. So these advanced tools are just another aspect of digital competences that we can use and that carries a certain responsibility in using those tools. Petr, you opened up the topic, and one of the key topics of how we should understand our present and future. You said this at the start of the discussion. How do you see the opportunity of using technology tools to improve our literacy and the ability to understand the current situation? So how do you see that? Because you've been in education for tens of years. But I'm no expert in digital education, so these tools, I don't know much about them. I don't know how to use them, honestly. I am fascinated by open access to sources of information, which is infinite, essentially. We've heard this already today. Today, everyone, anyone, can go incredibly deep, say when they want to learn about climate protection, about the climate. But it's incredibly difficult. And it's challenging and demanding. And yet this is a key thing that we need to focus on at schools. How to help them, the children. How to help them understand which information is trustworthy, which is not. How can you tell? Where do you look for your resources? How to fact check? How to evolve this gut feeling where you look at a source and you trust it without fact-checking because you trust this brand, because you have experience with it. There are so many partial competencies that are not simple. And few adults have these competencies, actually. And you see this in public opinion polls very well. I think we should focus on that much more. And that's part of digital literacy, probably, and information literacy, but working with your sources, tracking down the source of information, evaluating which of this is meaningful, which is not. It's so hard. There are so many thought processes that you need to share with children. And you do this in Teresa programs? We try, but I can't say we're particularly successful. Bohuslav, you're in touch with many teachers, I assume, and AI is now a huge topic for them. And for many, it may be quite scary. I talked to Mr. Pražák about this, and he saw, I don't know about anyone who saw it as a bugbear. For everyone, it's an opportunity. Maybe your experience is different. Perhaps could you share yours? What do teachers think? Or parents, perhaps? I'll fix what you said at the start. I teach now in Bystřice, no longer in Chraštice. I switched from a progressive school to a quote-unquote normal one, and I meet people who are very scared of AI and digital competencies in general. And I'm there to be a role model. I'm the one who's trying to use these tools and show that they are very varied, they are creative, they can bring you positive experiences, but they can also be a risk. And we talk with this in class a lot, because after 1 year of using this, they say themselves, I think this could be a risk, and I ask why. And AI is something we talk about a lot. And it's true that It gives us a lot of information, but it's lying. It's making things up. AI is making things up all the time. And this feels too much for the children. They feel overburdened, overloaded with information generated by the chatbots. And it's very difficult for them to fact-check a text produced by AI, to tell what is generated by AI and by a person. They find it very hard to identify what is it they're actually going to fact-check. What is the piece of information that they can check against Wikipedia or some specialized website? They find this difficult. That's why we use critical thinking methods to teach them how to find the true information. They often ask, is this even true? I teach history, so maybe we forgot a lot about our past. Maybe we're just inventing our past with princesses and princes from the Middle Ages. So is there research that tells us that, there is research that tells us that pupils can't identify the difference between fact and opinion? Well, yes, that is true, but I was also at a class, because I'm the deputy headmaster, I visited a class of another teacher who taught children about what's fact, what's opinion, and these were primary school children, and she did it incredibly well, and it was inspiring. And she asked my pupils, who are much older, and yes, we are doing that now. Facts and opinions. Yes, I want to respond to what you asked. How do schools respond to this? At the National Institute of Pedagogy, we had a questionnaire. We were waiting for the start of the school year, so we sent out the questionnaire to all the headmasters and teachers, but I won't have the results until about a week from now. But we asked them whether they noticed and what steps did they adapt in terms of AI. I don't have the data yet, so I can't tell you. But sometime in early summer, Ipsos did a survey in the Czech Republic, which turned out that even though for more than 6 months the media have been talking about AI all the time, only 15% of the population actually did try talking to a chatbot, which I think confirms what we've already heard about the Czech Republic. We're not really innovators. We're those who wait a bit for the dust to settle, and we think we do this rationally. But this morning I was on Czech radio because they were asking me about AI, and what I thought was important, the editor told me they needed a teacher or a headmaster who would tell them something, and it was very hard to find a school who would tell them what they do with AI. Because everyone said, you know, we have so many things to do, we have no time to deal with this nonsense. And I'm not surprised, because we know how much work they have to do. So it makes sense for them to postpone this and just put it aside. And we as NPI actually published a set of recommendations on the level of 4 groups, for teachers, for headmasters, for pupils, and for students, parents, where we describe what would be useful as a starting package, what to start with. My experience is different, actually. 2 weeks ago, we had the schooling conference organized by the House of International Cooperation in Brno. And when I asked, I can see that some of the people were there, I asked the participants, who were headmasters and headmistresses, I asked who is actively working with ChatGPT. Everyone raised their hands. So the sample clearly was not the average of the Czech education system, or maybe they were lying. Well, let's try it actually. Who of you used ChatGPT? Who is actively using it in their job? Well, that's the problem of those echo chambers, which is closely tied to disinformation. We live in this bubble where the penetration is much higher. But I want to say something different, because this session should be about digital competences, And what we're talking about is trust, actually. Trust in authority and the ability
epistemologické schopnosti v rozeznání pravdy.
The epistemological ability to recognize the truth. So it's interesting we started with this because this is probably what we most closely identify with digital technology. So what do you actually think, does it mean to be digitally competent? I say digitally adult. I think this is, or digitally mature, perhaps. What do you think it is? What's your idea? Data is very positive, so I'm thinking about how to phrase this positively, actually. ChatGPT's arrival created this huge need to develop digital education among Czech population, an enormous need. And I'm not surprised it's 15% of people who've used it, because the Czech Statistical Office tells us, they publish every year some data on information literacy, 20% of adults are learning digital skills, which is a very low number. And those who do need to keep updating their knowledge because it's getting obsolete very fast. So we have to understand these tools. We need to know what they can be used for. And for me, a digitally mature person has the key to the workings of our world, a key to the knowledge and the skills and communication, maintaining relationships with friends and creation work. And it's very important to look at people who don't have the prerequisites for these competencies. We have some 9% of women who never use the internet, let alone ChatGPT. So this is important. The last 6 months we've had these discussions, who hasn't used ChatGPT. There are people who've never been online. Of course, there are differences between generations. There are digitally excluded people who are mainly the older generation. There are differences between socio-economic groups, obviously. We have disadvantaged people. But we need to pay attention to that, this superstructure above it all. And ChatGPT is not a Q&A system. It's not a database that gives you the correct information. It's using probability. It's generating stuff. The emphasis is on critical thinking and evaluation and working with opinions and using this as inspiration and then evaluate it critically. Interpret the information. Make it part of my output. So a digitally mature person keeps learning, is data literate, understands cybersecurity. Data sharing, that's a huge issue. People are worried about cybernetic threats and how to protect their device, and yet they share so much personal information voluntarily. That's a paradox. It is a paradox. Let's finish this round, and then we'll have questions from the floor. I'm sure we do. Actually, let's go back to schools. I could talk about digital competence as it's identified in the framework program for basic education. But for me, digital competence means that when we, together with the pupils, formulate an objective and criteria, they say, well, we could use this tool for that. There are risks. These are the risks. What is the format that we delivered it in? And how is it going to be evaluated? These are digital competencies, as far as I'm concerned. And if you are a role model, you can do this in your family. My mother's over 70, and she's asking me if she should ask a PDF or a JPEG. I see this as the peak of my teaching career, actually. I'm in Petr's fan club, so I want to tell him that digital competence today, according to the frameworks that we use, which is actually from the EU, in safety and security, this includes the environment, so reducing consumerism so that your phone lasts longer than 2 or 3 years, so that you keep track of the impacts, that there are fair products that you can use, and all of this. So we see this as part of digital competence these days. And in addition to what we've heard, two or three terms are important here. compared to language competencies, like when you learn a language. There you learn once and you keep it forever if you keep using it from time to time. But digital competencies vary over time, so the innovation brings new needs all the time, so you need to be in constant contact. And if you don't use these things, you just forget. It's mainly about habit. So the variability over time is quite a specific property of digital competencies. And sociologists also talk about massification and centrality. Massification basically means that the technology is everywhere now, and that even if you're not living in a large city, you're still in contact with technology just about everywhere in your working and private life. And centrality is how much they are in your family, that you wake up with your phone's alarm because you have your phone with you at all times. So these are the phenomena that influence how you develop your digital competences and see technology. And of course, motivation, that's another aspect. I'm not going to go into that. Can't think of the proper word now, doesn't matter. Okay, for now, I have a question about what you put together, the National Pedagogical Institute, Charles University, about the 4 groups, that is, teachers, headmasters, pupils, and parents. There are some rules for use of technology. I don't know how many, 7 rules, I think. Do you have some kind of a red thread linking all these groups together? What's the key message? If they were to remember 3 points from those 7, which of them should there be? I had this prepared for the Czech radio interview earlier, so I can tell you. Yes, there are 7 points. And actually, we're not developing this as the Institute of Pedagogy. We sponsor it and we support it, but we can't actually publish this ourselves. So we have these working groups that we organize, and it's done by teachers like Bohuslav here, who have the practical experience, because you need that. We need to be at schools and keep track of what's going on. Because you can't just do research, then give it to the scientists in Prague, they'll test it, and in 5 years it enters the curriculum. No, we have a working group, and they reach these 7 points. And these 7 points are very similar for all those 4 groups, basically, but in each it's seen from a slightly different perspective. Sometimes it seems incredibly general, but people are so happy with this. It really resonated with people, which surprised me, honestly. It's such a tiny thing, honestly. But the first point is to acknowledge that it exists, that AI exists. To learn about it, not to ban it, to set some rules at school, how to treat these things, to talk about it openly, to support critical thinking and evaluation by teachers, by pupils, to fact-check. As a second thing, the third is to quote. That's actually the biggest problems that schools have. They feel that all the essays and theses will be written not by the pupils, but by chatbots or generative AI. So that's the end of your school essay. It doesn't have to be that way. And what I say is that if the pupil completes their task and uses technology to do that, you should actually give them a better rating, a better grade. Because in practical life, when you're preparing for this conference, you're using Google, you're looking up stuff, you're using technology. It would be weird if we expected our children to do something else, so we need to re-evaluate how we do this and what should we actually require. And this clearly will have an impact, and we don't know what the impact will be. We'll find out through the teachers who do this at schools, and they will issue a recommendation. So quoting, that's important. You need them to acknowledge that they used a tool. So, and there are many more like this. It's nothing that you would not expect, it's nothing terribly surprising, but it is clearly very useful. And can you find this somewhere, those 7 points? It's on revise.edu.cz. All 7 points are there. And before Petr finishes this round on digital maturity, digital competence. This is a time that requires a safe space to experiment. In the afternoon, the Minister of Education comes in, and I want to emphasize this. It would be good if ChatGPT was not used just by Bohuslav Hora, but say 30, 40 schools who would then generate a kind of playbook. What can you do with ChatGPT and what are the risks? It's always better than if you do it on the academic level or institutional level. Petra, please finish your thought and then we'll do the Q&As. Okay, I'm not an expert in this area at all. And I think that a digital competent person is a person who can use digital tools and it helps them. Yep, that's very brief and that's it. Let's go to the Q&As.
Thank you very much. You all were mentioning and promoting the use of ChatGPT. In Italy, they banned it, but Google provides a similar chat box tool. I'm not a well-informed person. I was not interested in that. I'm not a friend of ChatGPT, but I use Google all the time. If you work with your phone, you learn, right? So you can shape the chat boxes according to your needs and to your personality. But sometimes there can be information that is not relevant. But that is a social issue. If children will live in this environment from early on, then it's quite difficult because in my childhood, people and children knew only one thing and they shared it. They had it in common. Now they will have an individual childhood. And if I add 1,000 people, or the 1,000 people that come up in their environment, will replace the one common shared personality, actor, whatever. And if you think about the future, we will have many communities growing up that will be networked, connected worldwide, but nations will lose any significance because they will not have a shared perception of reality. In Greece, it's about perception of reality, but there is no objective reality. There are a lot of opinions. But there are a lot of people I meet that say the opinion matters. But the opinion may be relevant only, or can matter only if it's founded. And the question is what to do and what to do with ChatGPT. Based on what I've understood is that you may have an opinion. The chat box uses only a quantitative analysis. Is that right? Because a person, a human being, also applies a qualitative analysis, and the figures are in the background. But I have to know what is right and what is wrong. And that's a problem. If you have a presentation with a lot of figures, then I need to make sure that the person has access to electricity or the fire at times that he or she needs it. That's a statutory requirement. Provide power supplies, for example. Okay, there have been many questions in your question. Social cohesion. To sum it up, how to make sure that we have a social cohesion, because the tools enable us to have only things that are okay for us. my approach is, we have a history class. I was born in 1971. Hey kids, you know the digital technologies and teach me. But the children now know what my approach is. But my approach is that I'm pretending that I don't know. So we learn together, and what we do at school, they bring home and they talk about that at home. Some parents don't like it, but the others love that. It's great what our kid has brought home and what we have tried. So we can connect education of children, education of teachers, and education of parents. And then we discussed about that, whether the parents agree or disagree with that. And the fragmentation of worlds will be there. We should discuss that. It's a value framework that shouldn't be challenged. It's a basis. We can see it in the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms. And we shouldn't relativize it, or we shouldn't take it as something that could be relativized, because that would be the end of our society, as is established. There are some fundamentals that we should insist on. We should have a certain framework, even though we have individualized ideas of how the world works due to technologies. We have certain value frameworks that we relate to. I, as a representative on NPI, should say that the curriculum should be a binding element. There are perhaps only few of us who have read Babička by Božena Němcová completely, or another work of literature. But we have some shared ideas, some shared concepts, and so on that enhance the cohesion. This is not a good example for the future, even though there is some value in literature that persists, but it has an impact on cohesion. Harry Potter or The Lord of the Rings may have an impact on social cohesion. Yeah. These are the contents that you encounter elsewhere, and it goes beyond the literature canon. So I would just point out to the fact that children today don't read Babička, if they are not forced to do so, but it might not be such a problem. To be specific, I remember when I met Ondřej Šteffel explaining me how they work about these methods. There was a pupil. He asked ChatGPT, "What is mitochondria?" "I don't understand it," said the pupil. "Please give me a specific example for me to understand." And ChatGPT told him a story, a fairy tale, and based on that, the pupil understood that and learned something. It might be abstract for people who haven't heard or tried ChatGPT. So do you have any best practice you could recommend to people who are following us? Perhaps a method that might be not so painful. I applied ChatGPT to the history class concerning the Přemyslic. I was surprised to learn that the tool knew what Přemyslic were. And then we created questions for the chat box, and it answered us, and we pointed out to the incorrect information it provided us. So we learned quite a lot. We had some knowledge base. We realized that we needed the knowledge base to oppose the incorrect information, and we said, "You're wrong." And then we were given some other suggestions, and we realized that it is important to have information, and it is important for us Czechs so that we can be proud on Wenceslav IV, for example. I read about that as well. Google is at the beginning, its tool is called Bard. We try this tool out, but it is not as perfect as ChatGPT 3.5 or 4.0. At the beginning, you asked whether we, or to put it in my words, whether we can include sensitive data in the prompts. The answer is quite clear. No, we can't, we shouldn't. These tools have been available for some time, for several months. ChatGPT 4 or 3.5, Bard, and so on. And one of the recommendations is do not provide personal data to such chatboxes, because we don't know how the provider handles the data. The terms and conditions of using this tool are different. Nadia will be publishing an article on how to approach this, how to use these tools. The teachers cannot read all the license agreements. You need to be at least 13 to use the chat box. If you use bot, you must be at least 18. So there are a lot of rules and restrictions. And DITA made us aware of that. The issue of data protection and the ability to assess whether it makes sense and it is safe to share, and which data. ChatGPT and other tools, if you use them, you should be really careful about what content you upload. Google provides personalized content for a dozen of years, so AI is not ChatGPT only. Tomáš Řezák, the municipal or the Metropolitan Library, Prague. The first section of this conference looked at education as fostering character, and now we talk about digital competence and how these things are related to each other. How can we use digital competence to foster character, and what does fostering character mean in today's world for digital natives? And these are all students, all pupils. For digital natives, the digital environment is the environment where they spend most of their emotional life. There they build their relationships, they get angry, they fall in love, and so on. So what is the nature of preparing them for the digital world in terms of fostering character? And what are the challenges and opportunities? I'd like to say that the digital world has made us be more aggressive in communication. This is something we have to cope with. The extent of absence of the counterpart makes us angrier or more aggressive, and that's why many people being aggressive. And ChatGPT is trying to cultivate the communication. It is not possible to have an insulting discussion with the tool. But what do you think, Slavek? What is your experience with children like? You should teach them and admit them that you have taken something It's more difficult in the case of images or music, but I think it is a world of opportunities. It is an opportunity to teach behavior at school. It is not about the content, but about the method of learning. We stress the process of learning, and it's not true what parents claim that children are excited about chemistry and history classes because it was not about education because they liked it. No. Education stresses strains the brain, and I'm happy about that. Like if you do sports, if you go to the gym in January and you feel the pain, well, there are better ways of doing it, doing regular sports, to like it, for you to like it, and the best skills are the soft ones. Just very briefly, what comes to mind, digital competence allows us to scale our impact, our social impact, and that is related to the character of people. We can have a better reach of our social activities. We are able to solve global issues or issues globally, even if we are in a village in Moravia, in some distant region. We have collaborative tools. We can combine knowledge and new information. Digital competence decentralizes the authority of one fact. And it's a nice tool for scaling character and inspiration at a global scale. I think we had an answer from Mr. Haber when he talked about upbringing and learning towards morality, towards ethics. The teacher should be a role model. And my topic at the first year of this conference was digital citizenship. This issue has been suppressed in the Czech Republic to a certain extent, but it's a tool to promote democracy. It is related to the value system. How can we promote municipalities and local policies? But you have asked your question. We have a good example, and that is scouting. That is a value system, help to others, and UNAC, that is another form of scout, and you enhance and promote engagement. I think we have sources to get inspiration from, or we know the direction in which the education system should strive towards. So, Peter, you have final word. It's quite difficult. It's not only in digital tools and in using them. We should develop character as other areas in education. We need to develop all areas, digital and the overall approach. I think there has been a lot. There has been said a lot. We should be aware of what people feel, but there is also a planet. There are other species that coexist, and we need each other. And that belongs, or that is part of the ethics as well. Thank you very much for the last question, because it connected the overall morning program. Thank you, Ondřej Majer, Dita Přikrylová, Petr Daneš, Slávek Hora. And the mood, or the atmosphere, and the mood connects this conference with lunch that awaits you in the atrium. And please be here on time at 1:30 to start another section of our conference, because it will be very interesting. It will start with Future. Enjoy your lunch.
Jste se dobře naobědvali, jste si dali dezert. Vstupujeme do odpolední části naší.
We're starting the afternoon session, the afternoon part of this conference, which starts and opens with another keynote presentation. This one on something that truly concerns our future in the proper sense of the word and self-development, informal and informal education. It's exactly what we need for this conference, and that's how I like it. Markéta, what's going to be about? First, I'll say who will talk to us. It will be Michal Uhl, who from 2016 has been working at the House of International Cooperation. Since 2022, he is the director, in fact. And his objective is the ambition to make international experience and education accessible to as many students as possible. And he also focuses those who are from a less stimulating environment. And he will focus on an interesting phenomenon that you may have heard or read about. He calls it Lifelong Learning Friday. And the idea is that we only work for 4 days a week, which I thought was a fun idea. Though we exchanged emails on the weekend, so I'm not sure we're the ones to talk. But, of course, the floor is now his. Come on, Michal. Thank you for this introduction. Idea, because I came up with it about 2 months back at a conference. Education is a huge topic in the Czech Republic and Europe and the world, and how we approach education will decide about the future of our society and our planet. I want to talk about one idea that I can't get out of my head, an idea that keeps provoking me. And because I'm a child of the performance-oriented 90s, it took me quite a while to get to where I am now. There will be a presentation on an Aspen paper and study in a short while after I finish, and one of its conclusions is that in 2030 about 2.2 million working people in the Czech Republic will have to receive digital education. Let's look into the future. We are in a situation where we are facing changes, and it's difficult to realize that. We sometimes feel that some things just cannot possibly change, that they are set in stone, but today we are facing a change that will significantly transform our society and our future. The topic of education and job, these are clearly connected, but education is not here for the labor market. That's not the sole role of education. That's far too reductive. We've heard about personal development, the development of your personality and character, but still, the job market needs education, and these two are connected. Let's look at the role of work in our territory. From the most important perspective of what we have in our life, the most important commodity, which is, of course, time. Now I will give you 4 milestones from the world of work. The first is 1781 and the abolishment of serfdom, which means that you own your own time, so you can start selling it. So that was major. In the year of many revolutions, 1848, the second milestone happened, which was the end of servitude to the monarch and to aristocracy. That was a victory won in the Austro-Hungarian Empire in 1848, or an Austrian Empire at that time. Ondřej Neumayer mentioned that we're often not very innovative. We are just waiting for things to happen in the world, and then we adapt. But that was not always the case. The third milestone was the 8-hour working day act. It was 6 days a week, and it was 1918. It was actually one of the very first laws that the new republic adopted. And even better than that, Czechoslovakia was the first country in the world to do this. So we can be the avant-garde. In the 1960s, discussions started about a 5-day work week. And the Czechoslovak economists had to deal with many objections, such as that the second free day will harm our economy. And a month before the invasion of the Warsaw Pact armies in 1968, there was another revolution, a revolution in labor rights. So the 5-day work week was introduced. There were still some working Saturdays, which continued until the 70s and 80s, but basically the 5-day work week started in 1968 in September. And since then, basically nothing changed in terms of how we organize work and labor in our society. But it's not just about laws, it's also about approaches and attitudes. I was a child of the 1990s. So of course I loved Western culture. There were so many new opportunities, so many new things, so many new stimuli. And the shock of what was possible also meant that we had a lot of catching up to do. I was convinced that work is a virtue, and the more I work, the better person I am. And being exhausted at the end of the working day, that's the right thing to do. That's the purpose, the meaning of life. And what I worried about, and still continue to worry about, and I realized that what I do today is somehow linked to this. That I see my role, and I spent a lot of time in the French-speaking environment, so I saw the contrast between the East and the West, and it was overwhelming, it was crushing. And I keep remembering the Iron Curtain and the division to the East and the West. And as a child, as a young adult, I understood the task of my generation to be to catch up to the West. We have to do that. We have freedom, the Berlin Wall is down, so now we need to try hard and we need to catch up. But the transformation, the shock to my system in this performance mindset was in 2006 when I was at an international conference in Helsinki, and I listened to a speaker who shocked me, then offended me, and then inspired me. The title was very simple and tells you everything you need to know. It was the main message, actually, the whole title. And you start thinking, do I live to work or do I work to live? What's actually the role of work? How do we use our time? How do we balance professional and personal life? Yes, I did this over the weekend. Yes, I'm not the best example here. But I keep thinking about this as the director of an organization that has more than 250 employees. There haven't been any legislative changes for quite a while, but some changes are being discussed in society and are there on the horizon and have been on the horizon for a while. In Europe, and maybe it's the last 10 years or so, the intensity is growing. In Europe, people have started talking about a 4-day work week. When you talk about a 4-day work week, people think, okay, that's not possible, that's weird. But we need to look for ways. We need to critically think about the current state of the world and try to find a better way to organize society. We need to find a way to improve the quality of life because the effectivity of work has increased manifold. And we're in a unique time where a very small part of the population provides all the basic necessities, which is food, providing food to all of society. So the legitimacy of a balance between working and personal life in this context of increased productivity is the highest it's ever been. And again, you remember the East and the West and the Iron Curtain, and you keep thinking, can we actually afford a discussion like that in the Czech Republic? On the right, you can see, I have this pointer here, you can see on the right the map of the productivity of labor, and you still see the Iron Curtain clear as day. So the question really is, as we are catching up to the West, shouldn't we actually work more and not start talking about a 4-day work week? This map tells you how people work in Europe, and it's actually very similar to the one just before. In the countries that are blue, which is here, including the Czech Republic, people work a lot more, 40 to 46 hours per week, than in the countries that are red or light blue, which is Western Europe. So people in the East and the Balkans work a lot more than the average person in Western Europe. So productivity isn't working more hours. When you talk about a 4-day work week, some people feel you're just dreaming about a utopia, but not really. Let's look at the most extensive example of good practice. In Iceland, in 2015 to 2017, they did 2 major pilot runs trying to shorten the working week. The capital, Reykjavik, was involved, and the state was involved as an employer. More than 1% of the working population of Iceland was involved in this experiment, so the work week was reduced, actually shortened, not just made more intensive, without reducing salaries. And it turned out that the productivity of labor was the same, sometimes even slightly higher. People were less stressed, there was less burnt-out syndrome, they were healthier, and had a better balance between personal and working lives. Today, 86% of the working population of Iceland has shorter working hours or the right for a shorter working week. And this is important to realize in the context of the transformations of Czech and global economy, because we're seeing a dramatic change on the labor market. We call this Industry 4.0, where many of the traditional jobs are being replaced by automation. So an educated society that can control these devices and a society that's rested is what we actually need on the labor market today. If you look at OECD figures, you see that the types of jobs are changing, have been changing substantially since the 1960s. You see that non-repetitive analytical tasks are on the rise, and non-repetitive interpersonal interactions, those are also on the rise. Those are the 2 lines at the top. And manual repetitive labor is going down. And we need to adapt to the situation, obviously. So when someone tells you that we have too many university students and graduates and that it's all about vocational schools, do not believe them. These are not contradictions. These are students fixing a washing machine. And I can guarantee that when they come to your home in 10 years to fix your washing machine, it won't look like this. It will look like this, like when someone goes to fix your car. The first thing they do is they pull out their laptop, they connect it to the washing machine and run diagnostics. The study that will be talked about after I finish, more than 90% of jobs in 2030 will require digital skills. Today it's 54%, so just over 1/2. And it doesn't matter if a washing machine repair person has a bachelor degree that gives them the competence to work in the digital age. What this means is that we need to adapt to change in 2 areas. The current education system and the way how we learn after we leave school is what matters. Because what you learn at school today is not enough for the rest of your life. It used to be like that. It's never again going to be like that. I know Bob likes this image. I saw it in a presentation of his, and I stole it from there. Thank you. So this is how people think. Here's the person. It could be you. Here's your life so far. And based on this, you project the line forward and your life. This is where I was. This is where I'm going to be. But the reality is different. The time is changing so much, and the growth is exponential, so it's very difficult to try and see and predict how society and technology are going to develop. So the reality is completely different than you expect, and this generates stress, which we all feel at this point in time. This is a slightly more sophisticated version of the same picture in the context of history. This is the Industrial Revolution, the Digital Revolution. Education and technology are closely interlinked, and the development of education must respond to the transforming labor market and technology. And whenever technology escapes away from education, you get pressure. And when education adapts to the new conditions, you get growth. Now the technology is running away from us, and we need to adapt our education system. If we manage to do this, we'll enter an age of prosperity. If we fail, social tensions will only increase. This is shown right here. This is the current state. And the question is whether we will be able to review our procedures and methods of teaching. How to get out of this? This transformation started when we moved away from fixed curricula towards the new framework programs. The framework programs are currently being reviewed, and this only emphasizes the same approach. There are many concepts describing the required change in education. This is the learning compass by the OECD, which has competencies in the middle. Around it are values, knowledge, attitudes, and skills. And the key competencies, according to the OECD, that should be there at the output, are the ability to interactively use tools like language, symbols, text, interaction, use of information, interactive use of technology, interaction in diverse groups, the ability to establish emotional contacts, the ability to collaborate. This is a thing that we teach very little at our school. Collaboration, working as a team, the ability to manage conflicts, autonomous behavior, seeing the big picture, making plans, personal projects, defending rights and limits and needs. These are competencies that are best developed through informal education, and informal education in a general learning program. If you look at the context of the Czech Republic, again, this Eurostat data, the share of general education is among the lowest in Europe in the Czech Republic, which is a huge disadvantage in the future. The lighter the color, the higher the share of vocational education. In the Czech Republic, it's less than 40% is general education. People want to go to the general secondary schools, which are the gymnasiums in our system. Every year there are many students interested. The system can't respond to the demand. In Western Europe, there are areas where more than 65% is general education. Typically France, Spain, they get to some 60–65%. This map should be food for thought and an impulse for transformation, because this is not optimistic at all. And it's an argument for transformation towards a more permeable educational system. Another key factor of adaptation, is the share of university-educated population. 80% of a population cohort a year will have some form of post-secondary education. The objective of 40% set by the EU, well, we've achieved that, but the question is it ambitious? And what's the Czech Republic doing? How is the Czech Republic doing? This is fresh data from the OECD, and I received this link from Markéta the other day. Thank you for that. In the age cohort of 25 to 34 years, there are 34.6% of the population that has a university education. That means we're the third worst in the EU after Romania and Italy. And these people, I mean the society, this whole generation, 25 to 34, of whom 34.6% have a university education, and the others do not have a tertiary education so far, this generation will be on the labor market for more than 30 years. That's why we need to change our thinking. We need to change the paradigm, how we learn, because the education we get is not enough. It's not enough for those who are at the start of their career. We need to understand that lifelong learning will be part of our lives, and what's more, an integral part of our entire career. When you say student, you think something like this. It's from a stock photo. But if you say lifelong learning or the university for the third age, people imagine something like this: a person who's no longer working and who spends their leisure time by taking some classes to learn as a way to spend their free time, because they're no longer interested in working. But that is a mistake, a huge mistake, in fact, because I think the typical client should be, or user, maybe not a client, of a university in 10 or 20 years won't be the student aged 23, but an employee who is around 45, say, which will require a change in thinking. How we organize our tertiary schools, what is the role of tertiary schools in the education system, and what kind of service are we providing to society? So what could it look like? A key role will be played by micro-credentials. These, when we talk about tertiary learning, are specialized certificates or diplomas given to students after they finish short courses or programs based on specific skills, knowledge, competencies. So it's not a full bachelor's or master's program. Are you familiar with this picture? That's you. This jar, that's a person. And you can fill it with things, like a bachelor degree, like a master's degree, or a PhD for some people. But if you use the concept of micro-credentials, it could use a bit like this second jar. You still have your master's and bachelor's and PhD. Well, you don't have to have those, in fact. I have a friend from university who studied biology for 4 years, and he stopped before his master's exams. At that point, we did not have, there was not the split for bachelor's to master's. And he started studying sociology with me. It's a bachelor's degree. And I looked at him. He studied for 4 years. He knows a lot, but he has no formal qualification. And this is an example that you can study at university and get these micro-credentials, these short courses in the course of your adult life, or you study a technical school, but you want to be in touch with your clients, so you want a micro-credential in psychology. It can also let you combine different faculties, different universities even, and be much better connected to the labor market. And these micro-credentials, this is not a pipe dream. That's an EU policy, which is actually in the implementation phase as we speak. And the benefit of micro-credentials is that they take a short time. These are short courses. It's not 5 years or 3 years. You specialize, so they give you deeper knowledge in a specific area, which lets you gain professional expertise, and they are often available online. They give you flexibility, which is great for people who are working on the labor market. They are recognized and valued because these are often skills. The whole idea is inspired by informal learning and takes the best from informal learning and applies it to formal learning. It formalizes certain skills and certain knowledge that is typically gained as you learn. So you have some kind of credential at the end, and it has academic recognition. The poster keeps falling down. So universities recognize each other's micro-credentials, and the employers will recognize this. I think the original inspiration comes from IT, where there are many courses and many different certificates, and they do this very naturally. And implementation in this country is in the hands of Charles University. We're in contact with them, and we're trying to talk about how to do this best. Charles University handles the implementation for all of the Czech Republic, so it's an umbrella for all the universities. But okay, this looks great, it looks attractive, but we don't have much time, so where do we find it? You work and you work and you work, and over the weekend you want to take a rest and do your hobbies or create your presentations or perhaps spend time with your family if you're so inclined. If you remember the earlier debate, sure, we can reduce our working week, and this gives us an extended weekend and time to learn. But is education a matter of leisure time or work? Which of those is it? Should it be those first 4 boxes or the third 3 boxes at the end? And what if you want to rest? People do want to rest and need to. But maybe this requires a change of paradigm. To escape this binary division, to work and time off, and introduce a third idea. Imagine that on Friday all the universities open their doors to people who are working, who are coming to school with just the same way they go to work every day, every other day. Let's talk about lifelong learning Fridays. Thank you for allowing me to share this idea with you, where I put together the debate about a shortened working week and the need for lifelong learning. Whether it's possible or not, I leave that up to you. But let's be brave and let's look for a way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michal, for sharing with us your inspiring concept. I think many of us will reflect upon this, what we could do if we were to have a day off on Friday. Boston Consulting Group and Aspen Institute, an NGO, Aspen Europe, prepared a unique model of the labor market in the Czech Republic, working with 10 megatrends, analyzing 30 professions and other aspects. The study is called The Future of the Czech Labor Market, presented by Milan Bašina of Aspen Institute Central Europe. Welcome. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the opportunity to present our study that we have conducted together with BCG, Boston Consulting Group. This study will be valid in future as well, and its conclusions. The study was initiated to find out what is happening, and we are cooperating with the Ministry of Education and also the Ministry of Work and Social Affairs. As regards the study as such, we conducted this survey last year in fall 2022 with the outlook to 2030 and 2040 in order to understand what awaits us in the coming years. And it's not far away. What does not concern us, it's quite close. In the Czech Republic, we have considered sectors and groups of professions and also megatrends like AI, green economy, shared economy that have a major impact on what is happening in the private sector. That has been reviewed by a peer review, and we presented results that I'll be presenting to you. The model is quite robust because it goes into detail into each industry, into professions and vocations, summing it up in clusters and what steps people have to do, such as reskilling, upskilling, and so on, in order to find a job in the future. We simulated relocations as well, and our conclusions are based on all of these analyses. The key findings are as follows. In 2030, or by 2030, the existing 330,000 jobs will have disappeared due to activities that will be taken over by certain technologies. What is important, 90% of jobs or positions will need basic digital knowledge or skills. It is nothing difficult. In our view, it's about upskilling, it's about lifelong learning. But we have to realize that in positions that are perceived as manual, blue collar, people will have to work with digital technologies and operate machines, and this will change rapidly. The workforce will get older. I'm also 50 plus, and we will be the essential workforce for the future because we will be the major group that will work. And we have to think about treating them, working with them in the future, because going or retiring early is not a way. And there will be more vacancies. By 2030, it will be 10,000 more, but the key change will happen 10 years later. That's why we set the outlook is valid until 2040, and that can reach 400,000, having a significant economic impact. If we want to rank among the top 10 countries, and if we want to raise our productivity, then we'll need to consider what our simulations concluded. The results and the distribution show the following. The major part of the workforce will have to be upskilled, retrained, will have to learn lifelong, terminal learning, lifelong learning. That's what I wanted to say. And that's the responsibility of the government, of the Ministry of Work and Social Affairs. And what is also important, the sense of work will change as well. I talked about positions disappearing, but a lot of positions will be transformed. And that is a question for the employers. The employers can see it firsthand and they can inform us what is happening. And it's also about the government with its priorities and strategies of the country as such. And that is the figure I was speaking about. Upskilling. That is the lifelong learning. Productivity is dependent on education and individual qualifications that people have. We, as the Czech Republic, unfortunately, are not well off, because the proportion of adult employees that learn in the long term is only 6%. The EU average is 11%, and in other economies or in other countries where it became a priority, a supported priority, this figure is 25%. And that makes technological progress possible and easier. In the Czech Republic, it's still an issue. It's still an issue, and that is the language barrier. A lot of people say that English is okay, that people can speak English, but it's not sufficient to learn in a different language. In the specific sector, in the specific industry you are working in, and also for the integration of new employees that can come from abroad. So speaking a different foreign language is very essential. We looked at trends in various sectors of the economy, and the steps will follow the path of digitalization, and the personal motivation is vital. Here you can see a chart in the middle, the green and the yellow from 13 to 45%. That's the major growth in digital skills and knowledge. The government can help these efforts so that employees and freelancers will have access to these learning opportunities, but also employers will need to play a vital role because they need to understand that the positions will change. This is just an example of recommendations from various countries, what can work, but it's up to the politicians to decide whether and to which extent the Czech Republic decides to adopt these steps. Reskilling is a second area and affects some 330,000 people in the Czech Republic that will lose the job by 2030. We need to consider it in terms of the government approach and the employer's approach, because the annual need for reskilling, 400 million crowns, is quite low compared to the expenditure of the social welfare system if those people did not reskill. So most employment offices and employers should focus on proactively supporting the career of those people in the regions. And that is why it is essential to discuss that. And this is one of the areas we have been addressing together with the ministry. I talked about potentially 190,000 to 400,000 employees in 2040. It's about attracting workforce from abroad. We talked about Ukrainians that are here, that can be attracted. It's about correctly reintegrating them or integrating them. But the government needs to say which types of employees will be attracted to the Czech Republic and how it wants to use them for the strategic development of the country as such. The second step is the approach to people aged 50 plus. If nothing changes and works it the traditional way, then we need to increase the retirement age by 8 years. That is not politically possible, but working for part-time, or people that are in pre-retirement age will not use early retirement. The Czech Republic, or in the Czech Republic, most people retire early, and it's a huge impact on the social welfare system. And last but not least, we should enable part-time work for women or parents on paternal leave. In the Czech Republic, women usually take paternity leave. And here you can see some suggested measures. So we should prolong the economically active life. We should enable people part-time work, and that is a huge input for the economy and for the integration of people. We should also allow women or parents on paternity leave. That is what we realize is important. We should promote this and give some advantages to those schemes. And what is also an essential condition is the institutional care as such. So, identification and integration of endangered groups of people and motivation of employers and employees. That's also raising awareness from the government or from the employers. We believe that investment in long-term learning should become a strategic priority for one reason. It's not about the economy. It's also about people being integrated during the maternity and paternity leave, and also before and after retirement. Thank you very much. That's all. Thank you, Milan Vašina, for sticking to the time and for mentioning the gender issue, because I consider it important, and he has also created room for our panel discussion. Now let me invite Michal Uhl, Director of the House of International Collaboration, Tomáš Ervín, Head of the Section of Communication and Relationships at IMC, and Michal Ohaňka, a philanthropist and the founder of the initiative Blíž k sobě, Milena Javurková, Vice President of Confederation of Trade and Industry. So please applaud the panelists.
Máme dost židlí?
Do we have enough chairs? We'll wait for Ervín to sit down. In the morning, for those of you who have not been present, we talked about value-based issues, character. We touched on these issues without intending to do so. All the panelists talked about the importance of acquiring a certain set of values in their education, and now we will be talking practically about the labor market, introduced by Milan Vašina, Director of Aspen Institute, Central Europe, and he talked about the importance of upskilling and target groups in the labor market, and what Michal Uhl presented as a vision where we had in the future using technologies. There can be some contradictions as well, but I think it's rather a convergency. We have representatives of employers as well. So my first question is, What is your personal experience from your businesses, your companies, or from the Confederation of Industry? What is your perception of you as a person looking at the analytical sources? So Martin and Eurovag, what is your approach to upskilling and the future in terms of personal development? I think there have been a lot of universal ideas. Now let me add a personal perspective at Harvard University because I did a course, something like MBA for business persons. Dozens of years ago, the depreciation of know-how at that time we got during the education process until, I don't know, 2025, it was gradual. When we studied a program, then it was enough for us for the whole time. And this is in line with what Michal said and many more. If you acquire a formal education, the depreciation takes only 5 years. If you don't educate yourself, if you don't learn anymore, then in 5 years you are no longer relevant. That is a red flag for everybody and for companies in particular, because we as businessmen or business people relied on the fact that we always have a pool and we can always replace employees. But in the Czech Republic we realized that there are only few qualified people. I tried to offset the lacking qualifications abroad. If we are to have an international culture, we need to have representatives from various cultures. We cannot have only a Czech culture represented in our company. So that is why I took a targeted approach and hired foreigners. And also due to the fact that the know-how is not here in the Czech Republic in all areas. In many aspects, we can say that the Czech Republic is an assembly line. Then I wasn't able to find someone for senior HR positions that is related to our history as well. So I can only confirm that investment of companies into education is absolutely essential. The more talented a person is, the higher or the better conditions he or she expects from the company. And it's also about not cutting expenses for education. We can see it in the government. Once you get cuts in the budget, then investment is the first one to reduce. So do not do cuts in the companies. And I thought that I would lead by example if I went to Harvard. Not everybody should go to Harvard, no, but I invested 3 weeks into formal education, and I saw myself in the presentation of Michal, and I try to enable my fellow workers to do that as well. Alexandra, you are a business person, you employ people as well, among other things. What would I say about education? I need to learn all my life. We sell aids in oral hygiene and gynecological products, and the majority of our management has to learn because we launch new products. At the same time, I'm a woman of principle, and I want my people to understand their field. Our advisors has to know more than a normal salesperson. Our people get hired, they are very motivated, they want to help the customers, but once they realize what they need to learn, they tell me that they prefer selling shoes because it's easier. We also innovate warehouse management systems to be as quick as possible in sending shipments. Our employees are like robots holding digital devices, doing multi-picking, but they are very satisfied and they are keen on learning new things. They are quite excited about digital things, rather than learning theory, what they needed in the stores. What I also have to say is that the level of English in younger generations is decreasing. Younger people are no longer able to speak English fluently. Their vocabulary is poor, and these are graduates from University of Economics, and we are active in Slovakia, in Hungary, and in Poland. In Poland, the level of English is much higher than in the Czech Republic. At a meeting in Poland, two young warehouse employees talked to me in English. I cannot speak Polish. I prefer English in the contact. So I talked to the entire Polish team in perfect English, or almost perfect and fluent English, in contrast to the Czech Republic and managers here. If we have Americans and Swedes in a meeting, in a call meeting, then the Czech managers are lost. In Poland, they have subtitles and they hear the English language, they have the subtitles, and they hear English, and the level of English there is better, much better than here in the Czech Republic. And university graduates. That's interesting. What is your explanation, Michael? Is dubbing much better? There are many causes, but if you look at foreign stays, and if you go on a foreign stay, then you are able to learn a language effectively. A foreign stay brings a lot of benefits in terms of personality, in terms of learning a foreign language, and it concerns informal education of children and also foreign exchanges, foreign exchange stays in secondary schools. And I'm not speaking about students or programs for half a year or for the entire year. And once you live abroad for 1 year, then you speak that language actively. And we also know we have a legacy here. The number of English graduates is not sufficient in the Czech population. We discuss whether we should have a second foreign language as mandatory at schools. Maybe the third and the fourth one could be optional. But in Europe or in Czechoslovakia, with many languages, we had always had Czech and German, and that was part of culture. And I think it is a shame to give it up. English is the lingua franca. And if we perceive a language as a tool of culture and facilitating dialogue between cultures, then we should foster education and learning foreign languages such as French, Spanish, that is spoken in many parts of the world. Let me remind you of the offer of the House of International Collaboration. One of the opportunities is to improve your language skills. We calculated the number of people going on a foreign stay, and it's less than or fewer than 30,000 people. We have 2 billion for foreign stays, and it has a structural impact on the Czech population. There are 100,000 births each year in the Czech Republic, so it's a third of one year. I talked to an ex-Harvard fellow student, and she told me they had a foundation to find students, and they need to look to Africa. Perhaps they are not able to offer it to other students, but we have to do something about it. Something changes. We will see what speed of the change will be. You are representative of the industry. You have a helicopter view of challenges faced by the employers. What is your assessment, also in connection to the study presented by Milan? I'm sorry. I agree with the conclusions of the study. The Czech Republic and its major problem is shortage of workforce. Either we raise students that will be able to be hired and to be trained additionally, and we shouldn't slash money for tertiary education and education as such, because that's the essential element of future. We should attract foreign workforce. Our society is rather xenophobic, and it's quite an issue. We could talk about refugees and Ukrainian refugees who were very able to integrate themselves. I remember an influx of people from the former Yugoslavia. At that time, there was a war, and I work at IBM. We should attract young people, qualified people from Europe or from outside Europe. And those people pick where they want to go. So if it's a private company, then they think twice before deciding to go abroad. Milan Mašina also mentioned a population of women that we don't use as we could use, not only in the workforce, but also in society. In society, we saw this discussion, Czechia at a crossroads. And that's one of the things we have to observe. Upskilling and reskilling are important. Let me share with you experience from IBM. If you want to gain a good evaluation, you need to have 40 hours of training a year. And the training is available to you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. It is adjusted to what you do, how you want to advance, and the classes are internal, ranging from various topics, and this will enable us to assess the quality of classes or courses and also the future trends. Milan Mašina mentioned that the government should promote the retraining of people by employers. According to various studies, the majority of population will have to be retrained. Practically, the Ministry of Labour created courses, but did not discuss much with the employers. If you want to register an employee for those courses, you need to register him or her as a job seeker. So there are excellent courses in technology and soft skills, but they are free of charge, and these weren't allowed to be registered in this scheme. So we hope that the ministry will collaborate more with the employers. As my granny put it, it was, you know, a Prussian elegance and Austrian-Hungarian bureaucracy. Let me add some figures. Foreign students coming to the Czech Republic are very important. Not only Czech students going abroad, and we should be a brain-based economy. We have 18% of foreign students, and the proportion is growing each year. We also have a program, Study in Czechia, attracting foreign students to the Czech Republic, cooperating with various universities. This is something which is successful. Czech universities are attractive, and students are interested in studying here in Czechia. The portfolio is quite diversified. 70% of people study in Czech, 37% are Slovaks, but we have Russians, Kazakhs, and people from the former Soviet Union or from Czech diaspora, and also self-payers or payers who, or students who pay out of pocket, and the typical programs are economics, for example. Let me follow up. The ministry tried to cooperate with various partners. There were a lot of input, but the implementation failed. An employee who was retrained or upskilled may not be a job seeker. It must be a person interested in education or upskilling, retraining. So it's not a job seeker, it's a person interested in having a job. In general, our governance is determined for the first third of the 20th century. It's more like the monarchy of Austria and Hungary. Good intentions fail in the implementation. And I was engaged in the preparation of the Boston Consulting Group and Aspen Institute study. We came across an interesting difference looking at data from employees and employers. 90% of companies with more than 50 employees invest in education, but in the volume of education, these are rather flat rate, universal courses focusing on hard skills, not on soft skills. These are, for example, foreign languages, but prevention of health, or health prevention, burnout syndrome, prevention, and so on. That is only a small proportion of those programs. Based on the responses of employees, we have a quarter of workforce that considers it important, and they are very active in this area. There's a huge overlap. One quarter of population tries to and is open to advance in their professions. So it's breaking the professional barriers. But a lot of people can learn on the job, but it does not lead to the progress in their work. It's only fine-tuning of the process of working now and then. Many people learn A, because they need to, B, because they need to cope with the volume of work, and C, to fulfill all statutory requirements, and so on. Learning on the job is also an OSH course. Everybody passes that. I always take 3 minutes, and then I just fill in the answers, and that's it, because it's my obligation. If it were something very important for my work, then I would take a different approach. There's an example for all other examples. So it's about the role of the government and its tools. We shouldn't motivate employers more and more. They need to retain the employees. They need to cope with the demographics. But the government must overcome the existing barriers and provide basic tools to make learning on the job working. The initiative that you mentioned was a good intention, good effort, but the fragmentation of sources and also resources is really huge. There are a lot of ministries being responsible for that. We have too much regulation of conditions for various professions and occupations, governed by many ministries that are not able to find a consensus. Talking about money, well, it's all. A lot of things are about money, and people are quite willing to invest in their own education out of pocket. For many employees, if it's more than 10,000 Czech crowns per year, it's not affordable. And when you invest in various academies that work quite well, 50 or 60,000 to advance towards a new profession, but you are no longer required because you are at a junior position and so on, that's quite discouraging. Financial barrier, one thing, and I call upon employers to work with lifelong learning and to give people opportunities, regardless of age, the opportunity to start a new career. That's the barrier number one. Educational programs work to a certain extent if they are not universally affordable or accessible. Please ask your questions via Slido, and we can have questions from the audience. Director Řehák has raised his hand.
I know you've also been behind the initiative of the second economic transformation. You also support education activity. How are these two related, and what's your vision? That's my question. Well, we've already heard some of that. We realize that if there's one thing that we truly have here and it's sustainable in the Czech Republic, it's our skills and our intellect. And we've heard this already today. We are performing far below our potential in terms of productivity. Actually, this was quite unclear to me. When people talk about productivity, I thought, should we work harder? Because clearly we're working harder 2 to 3 more hours. It's not about how intensively you work, it's about the structure of the economy. Because in 90, the world just escaped us, and the 40 years, because in the 50s we are still at the top, but then the huge gap was created over those 40 years. We need to import the international know-how, so we imported there were these international factories, we needed to employ people. There were worries about unemployment and social unrest and that kind of thing. And we were actually successful. The first economic transformation was very successful. We had the lowest unemployment rate in Europe, but we don't make the most money. We're average or below average. The convergence to the West, to Germany obviously, has stopped sometime in 2008 or something. That's alarming. So of course the entrepreneurs have raised their voices because surveys show that people now expect business to talk about these things, and historically business has always done that. Recently I read a biography by Charles IV by a German historian, and there always was aristocracy and various levels of aristocracy, but I realized how intensive was the voice of the city representatives and town representatives into political life. There was intensive communication between the king and the higher levels of aristocracy and the burghers and tone aristocracy. And we forgot that. In the 90s, so many bad things happened. People in big business were often very strange people who made money in rather shady ways, which stigmatized the collaboration between business and politics. And we entered this vacuum, this limbo. And today, business has matured, and we have realized that without being actively participating, without helping shape the politics, well, how can the officials at the ministry do it? They need dialogue. They need a well-motivated, well-intentioned dialogue. So that's the point of the second economic transformation. We're actually happy that on the 1st of September, there was Czech Republic at the Crossroads, a conference. So now it is mainstream. The need for changes is a mainstream topic, but the most important task for the implementation, as mentioned, for proper implementation of all these changes, that is still ahead of us. But good news is that entrepreneurs are not here for 2 years or 4 years, one election period. The entrepreneurs are here for tens of years, so they are the stabilizing force in this country, and we're proud of that, and we will continue working on it. Tomáš Řehák has a comment or question? Well, actually, the answer is now the question is now answered before I even was able to say it, because the economy and the employers, they are one of the strongest players in the multi-dialogue between all the various parts of society. But I think the business world keeps telling us we need 10,000 bricklayers and 5,000 assembly workers, and we need them next year, okay? I keep hearing this. We're not going to open more general schools. We need vocational schools. We need as many vocational students as possible because we don't have enough workforce. And there's the typical tragedy of the commons. All the employers realize that from a long-term perspective, we need something else entirely. But right now, I need those 10,000 bricklayers, so give me those. Is there a social power that could change this social order so that we, the employers, I'm also a manager, that we start saying, actually, you know what, stop training people who know how to work with Excel. We can train them that. Start giving us confident, happy human beings who are in control of their life, and what they need, well, they'll learn. We'll teach them. That's not a problem. Can you do that? Can you initiate that? Are there ways? Actually, Milena Jaburková, because the Confederacy of Industry and Trade used to say things like what he was talking about. Did things change? The Confederation is a body that has an elected board. I'm historically the very first woman in the board, the very first female vice president. And new approaches come because we have now more companies in the Confederation. They are not just manufacturers, they have other kinds of focus on technology, for example. And because of that, our rhetoric is also changing, as we need. And right now we think that you can see and hear that we are members of the tripartite group, we work on this, and I or we will never tell you that we not just need technical education and nothing else. And actually we have surveys saying that it's all a bit different. If I should tell you what's important to me, it's that the people who work for us understand the context. That's the alpha and the omega. But things are changing, and the Confederation actually has several pilot projects ongoing. One of them we will be expanding soon. It started in the Vysočina region in the central part of the country, where together with vocational schools and general schools and companies, we developed educational content that concerns work with AI, conversation assistants, trainings in quantum technology, and there was collaboration with a longer-term horizon in mind and some strategic thinking. And incidentally, there was a study, a global study of the need over which skills will be and are needed. In 2016, these were STEM fields, and in 2022, STEM dropped to the 16th place, actually, because there is much more awareness and because technology is so user-friendly that people can work with them even without serious technical equipment. They can now develop software, develop apps, which is interesting. And we may perhaps talk about that later. Let's also ask the others.
Já jsem rád, že se pardon, tady možná je dotaz.
There is actually a question. Okay, let's deal with that later. The demand is changing, that's great, but there was a strategy that we started doing in the 90s, which was to attract investors by low costs. So we have a lot of employment in foreign-owned companies, and of course the investors like or enjoy the low cost of labor. We've seen the charts already, and thank you for those. If you look at the total volume of production in GDP per capita compared to labor costs, we're at the tail end of Europe. And employers also benefit from this a lot. There is not much willingness to change this. We are trapped in this low-income mindset. In the labor market, we see some emancipation of people who can now pick, who can now choose where to go, what kind of job they're going to do. They push on this a lot. And also the organization of local branches compared to the owners abroad. All this is transforming, and this will be a key factor. We need to be able to negotiate better conditions for ourselves so that not all the profits goes to the parent companies, which will then use this to cover their own problems. We are an economic colony right now, and we need to change that, otherwise we're not getting out. You're generalizing a little too much, I think, because I want to know which sectors you're talking about, because the sector I'm in, the labor costs are not low, we have lots of innovative potential. Czech companies, when we talk about AI, quantum startups, there's a huge potential for development, and the Czech economy is an export-based economy. So if we start singing this song of protectionism, I'm not sure it's useful for us. So I would be more careful here about your generalizations, because we want to export, we want to have relationships with abroad, and there are interesting investments here. It's not just... Okay, let's just not generalize like this. Let me respond. 1/4 of employees are processing. We are one of the most industrial countries in Europe. We sell our Czech lights to German cars for 1/3 of the price, at a fraction of the costs, a third or a half of the costs. We deliver all of this to Germany. Most of the difference goes to the investors, which is obviously their right. They invested, they helped build the infrastructure, they want to get some of the profits back. But we need to make some sort of strategic decision to support those segments where we have much higher added value, where people can develop, where there's potential for growth. But unfortunately, our developers often work on projects for foreign employers below the proper price, because we don't do our own projects, we work for someone, not for ourselves. It is a generalization, absolutely, yes, but this is what it looks like across the market. I think we need more added value, sure, because in this economy we need to decide for ourselves. Alexandra, I want to provide a vision, share an interesting project that I did 2 weeks ago. I was at a meeting of supporters of Technion, which is an Israeli university, which generated several Nobel Prize laureates, and 70% of engineers in Ireland, 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 studied at Technion. And Professor Marek went there to present his vision. He's a molecular biologist. And they ran the numbers, and by 2040, there will be 500 million tons of plastic waste on this planet, which is 4 times the size of Switzerland or 1 Texas. And in Israel, because they're very entrepreneurial-minded, they decided to create an institute that would research plastics. That would be compostable, because people don't know that when you throw plastics into your recycling bin, only 9% of those plastics that we collect in those yellow bins can actually be recycled. The rest is being burned. So they came up with this idea of creating a hub, a huge center, which they will finance, so it has the proper equipment. They said $20 million. They want to invite brains from all over the world to work with this equipment. They want to combine art and science, because they also want to create a discussion platform, so they have interdisciplinarity and that kind of thing. And they are starting to develop a new field. And they're starting from top up and bringing in all the smart people, and we can do that. Art and science, we can do that. We have lots of art. We can attract those brains. We need to look at it from the top-down perspective and not talk about how many people we have in agriculture and so on. This is how you create a vision in Israel. And then you present it all over the world and you talk about it. And I was really excited, so I saw them talking about this. Well, that's the don't look up mentality, which I feel here, which is quite clear. We just keep looking at the issues as if they did not have a future horizon. Martin, you wanted to say something? Yes, just very briefly. I'm not surprised that Alex mentioned this, because yes, science and research is absolutely tragic in this country, because universities come up with new things and then we sell it to someone else patents it, and we don't get these permanent assets. We just do the work, receive some money, and we spend the money, and that's it. So in science, the problem is quite massive, and that's one of the activities of the second economic transformation where Alex is engaging in. This is something we want to develop, because there's quite a lot of money there. But it doesn't stimulate the richness to stay in the country. It's a similar structural program. But to answer the question, actually, you saw this from the front row. You saw the views of what Czech business wants and doesn't want. And yes, there were controversies. We want general education, we want vocational education, and this really is evolving. You can see this in the Confederation of Industry and Trade and the Economic Chamber. And the changes are ongoing, but we need to understand that the Confederation and these associations are largely formed by international corporations who are happy to see cheap and educated workforce. So the social order created by this dominant component of Czech economy was really vocational. Okay, this is simplifying things a lot, but it was vocational. And you can note that in the second economic transformation call, 80 or 90% of people are Czech entrepreneurs who have their families here, who want the country to prosper in 10 to 20 to 30 years. But things are changing, thank God. And the NRFI and the Czech, we see intensive collaboration, because these organizations are members of the tripartite. They have their bodies, which we don't as entrepreneurs. Because business can formulate a vision, it can be seen, but we need the current structures, we need collaboration. It's all about collaboration with politics and civil servants and everyone else. I'm talking to Radek about this. And this don't look up mentality is also created because when people are in trouble, they're not doing well, they're not surviving well. Right now we have 20% of employees who have extreme problem living out from their income. Now we have lots of people with industry-trained. It's like 10%. So the low-income economy now means that people don't have the financial capacity, don't have the means, they can't afford the uncertainty to change their jobs or requalify or start doing something completely new. new jobs. They will be rejected at first. They don't have the capacity to make any changes. So you can't blame people that they don't want to when they often can't afford it. There are regions where the opportunities are extremely limited. So, you know, it's a chicken and egg situation. Realistically, we need some kind of strong impulse. There is one coming from business. The collaboration between business and the public sector, something's going on there, but the realization is problematic. Yes, I wasn't looking at those people who not under this, it's not a glass ceiling, it's a concrete ceiling of their social situation. I was thinking about our politicians whose vision they should implement a vision, but they don't seem to have one. We have questions in the auditorium. Actually, just a few people are asking questions. I would be happy if you could distribute them around in the audience, but feel free to ask. Petr Diamant, once again, hello. I have a school where we have informal education. My question is, if you from the world of business were to define like 3 characteristics of an ideal candidate, tell me, what should we teach our students? So what kinds of competencies do you need for your business? Go ahead.
Já teda nejsem moc fanoušek takového to co je nejdůležitější a podobně.
I don't really like telling people what's the most important. It's like on a plane, the thing that matters is not just the kerosene, but also the wing and also the front windows, and everything is important. You just focus on different things depending on what's currently experiencing a crisis. But in management, emotional competences, definitely. Social and emotional competences. Of course, we're born with that. Some are more talented than others. But I like saying this. When I fire someone, or generally, when we hire people, we hire them for hard skills and we fire them because of a lack of soft skills. And that's a tragedy. Enormous damages. The person comes in, makes a mess of things, and has to go. Because they are unacceptable, because they can't work with diversity, can't manage conflict, can't manage people. So that's, I think that's priority number 1. In terms of number 2, I think it's a learning mindset. So they need to be ready to absorb information and make mistakes. That's part of it. Mistakes are a part of learning. So they can grow with the company. Particularly this applies to technology companies, companies that are very successful. The entire company is learning, and I have been experiencing this for 5 or 7 years, and very few people can actually do this, because we completely redefined everything, we transformed the business, and this is happening. We saw it in the previous panels. People are switching to sustainable solutions, digital technology, and that kind of thing. And the ability to keep up with the pace is low. And I had no other option than to keep changing management, keep changing people in those teams, which of course has a cost, and quite a serious cost. And they need to work in a team, because they can't. One people can do this, one people can do that, no one can do everything. But as a team they can be excellent, and they are terrible at that. They're not ready to work as a team. Actually, one more thing. As an employer in the public sector, we have more than 250 employees, and I don't need vocational people with vocational skills. I need someone who can think, who can work in a team, and who has the soft skills. That's essential. And the willingness to move forward. So there's an emphasis on soft skills, certainly. And to go back to Tomáš Řehák's question, the will to have these vocational students, the question is who actually pays for these things? Because there's the individual. Do they pay for it? Can they see all the consequences? Because it's a pretty comprehensive, complex thing. We have the employer who has a current need, and then we have the country, which should set the field and significantly co-create the rules of the game. That's why we pay for the state, and the state is us. And that's why we need highly qualified public officials and civil servants. And in international comparisons, we don't have enough of those. We don't have enough public servants, and we pay them very poorly. If we want this country to work properly, we need to have enough of them, and they need to be paid well. Colleagues in Belgium from a similar agency keep telling me that the salaries of a few thousand euros are too low, and the European Commission cherry-picks all the competent people from them. And we can't headhunt people from business in the public sector. That's impossible. In Belgium, people leave Microsoft to start working for the European Commission, which has a quality of workforce. In this country, that's impossible. It's not happening. Erwin, do you want to add something to that? Then we have a Slido question, and then we have a question in the back. This current illusion that we can save money and through austerity reach growth, that's impossible. I want to add one more thing. Processing information, critical thinking, fact-checking, that is important, because if there's one thing that's growing exponentially, it's the volume of information, including disinformation. And sources of information are everywhere. Many of them are dubious. So we need people to be able to work with where they get their information from. So critical thinking, that's it. I don't think we'll have time for the question from the audience, because I have 6 minutes and one question for Slido, which is from Slido, which is for everybody. And thanks to Pavel Kramnik for asking this, because it returns us to values. So the question is, what is the point of education? What's the purpose of work? These are difficult questions, and ideally one sentence. Well, then we'll have time for the question from the audience, so that's good.
S mikrofonem samozřejmě.
Zadání znělo jasně.
Ne, tak nebudeme to omezovat na jednu větu.
Okay, let's not stick to one sentence, but let's be brief.
Tak to je hodně filozofický téma.
That's a very philosophical topic. Education from the point of view of an individual is personal growth and fulfillment of your potential, of why you even exist. From the perspective of business, that's one thing I would note. People often expect that we educate people to improve the performance of a company, but you shouldn't forget that this is part of social responsibility of companies, which means that if someone leaves my company in 5 to 10 years and they are a better person, a better professional, and the next stage of their life will be a more valuable member of society, I can only applaud. We need to remind ourselves of that. I think that said everything. Does someone want to add something? I agree, and I think that we can sum up the educational part, that education prepares you for life. It's not a reduction, it's not for the labor market, that's one part of it. But education prepares a person for life. I think that probably says it all, yes. Does the panel agree? Okay, one more thing. Preparing you for life and helping you find your bearings in the context and the events around you. And this is related to the need to maintain our democratic institutions and rule, which I think is crucial at this point in time. And I would add some things, but I'm a moderator, because life is changing, right? So you need to do this lifelong. But okay, we have a question in the back. The gentleman left, so we don't have a question. But we have 3.5 minutes left, so do we have any closing remarks? Let's stick to the professional level, the level of business. What do you think the state, because the state is in control of the educational system, not all of it, but what should the state do, or what should it do better? I can see that the minister is already here, which is great. So let's prepare the stage. Let's set the stage for his keynote. Yes, let's do that. It should not de-invest in research and education. That's absolutely essential. And we did not mention this earlier. It should be a facilitator, a motivator. Because we didn't mention this earlier, the impact of technology, in particular generative AI, which will transform jobs significantly. And it won't be that AI is going to replace people, but people who are able to work with this kind of technology will replace those who cannot. So that's the main part. And the way we do our jobs will transform in finance, administration, marketing. We need to expect this to happen. The composition of what we do will change, and that will be a huge and a difficult challenge, and it will be very intense, and it has already started, so we should actually start doing something about it. The state should really work hard on making sure that it provides high-quality service, including services for employment and tools that can lead to it. It can be used by other parties. I'll give you an example. The Labour Office should not be a place where you go for your unemployment benefits, but an office that provides consultations, that actually helps people find a job or reskill for a job, which includes tools such as professional education of some form. Today, the consulting activities are a very, very low percentage. 90% of what they do, all their effort, is just paying out benefits, and that's not even digitized, which is wrong. In addition to the state, because there are states within the state, every larger society or a corporation is a huge organization that has a huge momentum when it does something, I would start breaking down barriers, discrimination, prejudice, that when people say a junior person, a graduate, it can't be just persons under 25. Generally, just betting on people under a certain age who have certain attributes, that should be pushed to the side, because today 2/3 of people are over the age of 40, and the demographics is shifting towards older ages, so we need to provide education and give the opportunity to start working in new jobs. Also to people in middle age and older, and try to keep them through some kind of soft motivation. Don't force them, but give them the opportunity to work with a good perspective, help them work even when they could theoretically be retired. That would solve our demographic issue. Michal? At the end of my keynote, I said we should be brave and bold, and I want the state to be brave and bold. When I was preparing for this conference, I looked at the labor code, and the labor code bans me, actually forbids you to shorten working hours under 40 hours. Because I lead an organization managed by the state, so I can't go under 40 hours. So I want a bold amendment, so we can just run tests. And I want to try it out in the context of the Czech Republic, to do a pilot project and talk about the benefits and disadvantages of a reduced working week. Because it turns out that wherever it's introduced, people first protest, then they find out that it works, and then it's introduced. So I want to start testing. Well, partial employment still works. Yes, but this is full employment. This is full employment, still the same salary, and the labor code is strict about that. Okay, I can say one more thing. People talked about 200 to 300,000 mothers who need to come back to work, or we need to help them come back to work, or work part-time and take care of their child part-time, because they lose their skills over time. Because the time is so quick that they forget how they work, then they lose their language skills. So I think the state could introduce like half-day state preschool facilities, because there are 300,000 capable women who could work and improve their skills.
Tady zaznělo už to.
Martin wants to say one more thing. There are so many things the stage should do, and I want to emphasize what Michal said. The courage, the bravery to change. Because if we do that, we control our own fate. If we don't, the change will carry us somewhere, we have no idea where, and we probably won't like it where we're taken. We need the courage to make big changes. Okay, now it's only time for a round of applause. Alexandra Kala, Michal Úl, Milena Jaburková, Tomáš Ervín Dorbrovský a Martin Vahánka. Thank you very much for this panel. Now we'll have a 20-minute coffee break in the atrium and then the final part of the program. And please come on time because we'll have keynote from the minister who is probably going to leave soon afterwards. So let's stick to our schedule.
Jdeme na to. Ano. Poprosím vážené publikum, dámy a pánové, kdybyste se mohli usadit. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, can you take your seats?
Poprosím i zbytek.
And I'll ask the rest of our audience to take your seats. And please tell the others that we have another speaker. And that is the Education Minister of the Czech Republic, who has become minister with his own vision, very clearly worded, and I hope that he will share his vision with us. Also in the context of our conference, and that is the connection between formal and informal education. Minister, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me and for the opportunity to speak to you about my vision. I started as minister. I tried to follow up on the discussion before the break, and I'm also inspired by my experience from today's morning. I participated in opening new laboratories of Skoda Auto University in Mladá Boleslav. I want to talk about vocational education and its changes in the Czech Republic. That's one of the most important agendas that any Czech education minister will have to look at. Let me start by summing up the historical development that has brought us here. The development is marked by a lot of frustrations. In May, we saw unsatisfied children and parents trying to be admitted to secondary education or secondary schools, and the situation was quite bad. On the other hand, we have employers not satisfied with the young employees. I think almost everybody is dissatisfied. This is a good basis for changes. It appears to me that we won't be reinventing the wheel. We will have to look abroad to countries that have undergone similar processes and changes in the labor market, and also in the education system. Our delay is due to the communist regime, and we have been catching up at the start of the new millennium in the education system. The structure of our education system reflects the situation that was here before 1989. In the Czech Republic, in the 1990s, vocational education at the secondary level was taken over by the government. Companies abandoned their activities in this area, and the structure was conserved that grew here in the entire 20th century. This structure was based on respectable secondary vocational schools and apprenticeship programs, but the structure no longer meets the demand of parents and employers alike. I think it is vital to strengthen the general and universal aspects of the education system in the Czech Republic, both of comprehensive secondary schools. In the past, it was 30%. Now, in our proposal, we presented to the regions. We have a 50-50 distribution. What is more important, we want to strengthen the universal aspects of vocational education in all areas. And in vocational education, we need to strengthen the universal aspects that lay foundations to essential competencies and that prepare young people for digital technologies. Some qualifications that we were used to acquiring at secondary schools are postponed to tertiary education. Unfortunately, we weren't successful when we built up the structure of the tertiary and secondary education. We weren't successful at setting up the proportions. We founded universities by the division of cells. So Charles University and Masaryk University created branches in other regional capitals. And also there were some personal ties between the branches and the parents. Our universities are well represented, but apart from some exceptions, we weren't able to build up vocational universities such as Fachhochschulen in Germany or universities of applied science. We weren't able to create such institutions and to prepare the legislation requirements to respect the differences between academic and vocational profiles. This is a topic that I want to talk about in my second part of speech. If we are to set up those institutions, we need to find and look for institutional forms that promote vocational education that meets the labor market requirements. In the world of academia, in the Czech Republic, the system gives the universities a certain degree of autonomy. Universities are quite free to set their goals, their long-term goals, and this environment is not well prepared to respond to rapid changes in terms of employers' requirements. And if we are to have universities that should rank among top universities in the world, then it is quite difficult to introduce programs that are focused on cooperation with practice and with private companies. We need to build this additional sector, and we are looking for models that can lay the foundations for that. The major stakeholders changed their views. 15 years ago, I experienced quite controversial debates between the Chamber of Commerce and the trade unions and so on, and the opinions were quite different. Some stakeholders wanted to preserve the old world, forcing secondary school graduates to the labor market that the employers considered vital. However, we progressed, and now with the Chamber of Commerce and with the Confederation of Industry, those forms are more friendly. And it seems that some of the models that we can use for those vocational schools are consortia with the representation of public sector, such as regions, who fund some schools or chambers of commerce who represent small and medium-sized companies who are not able to establish their own universities, such as Škoda Auto. And these will be also institutions that will introduce programs in areas where shortages of workforce are largest. The Czech Republic, if you look at the new figures of OECD, the Czech Republic excels at the least money in tertiary education. We rely on the public sector. That is something which needs changing, and we need to find an organizational model that, in my experience, from South Moravia, where I spent many years in my professional career, we also need the informal debate to touch on and to mention the word informal. This interaction between the public and private sphere. We need to have a dialogue between major employers in the region, universities that can be active in the projects as minor partners. That is a path to catch up the gap, to close the gap that has emerged in the vocational education. And that can also take place in the coming 2 years, because we want to change and amend the law regulating accreditation in the vocational education. We want to come up with a bill to regulate quality of this education. In some other countries, the systems are better, and we can regulate this topic better, in a better way. And we can also start some pilot projects. One is being created in Karlovy Vary, where there is no university, and for Karlovy Vary it is vital. And another one could be funded in Ostrava, in regions where the demand for certain professions is high and is not satisfied by the current system of public universities. That is my vision of how to advance in the area of vocational education. At the same time, we need to bear in mind that these new institutions can be vital places for lifelong learning. It is clear that the Czech industry will undergo a dramatic transformation in the coming years, and we will need to, or it will need to, retrain many people that will be clients or customers of public universities and new polytechnic institutions that can take up an important place. I'm looking forward to the public discussion regarding this topic, and I'm looking forward to your feedback. Unfortunately, I don't have much time to spend with you, but there are many of you that I can see and that we meet on various occasions. Minister, thank you very much for taking your time to come here. Perhaps you might answer the tricky question, what is the purpose of education? My answer is, and I contemplated the answer beforehand, I would be very happy if education led to education, not to illiteracy or half literacy, which is sometimes the case. Thank you.
Tak děkuji ještě jednou panu ministrovi.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your presentation or for your contribution that has followed up on what we discussed in the previous panel. That is the aspect of educating or training people who have undergone formal education. Michal Vašnov pointed out to that in his study, or in the study he presented here, and we talked about that in the following panel. Now, we move on, or leap on, when I look at the following contribution. The next speaker is interesting. He is Czech, living in Switzerland since 1968. Jiří, please correct me if I'm wrong. Neurology professor, head physician of the Football Federation, and he might tell us something about education by movement or by sports in the time of abundance. I hope that you can hear me. Yes? Yes, so technology is working, and we're looking forward to your contribution. Okay, thank you, Bob, for inviting me here, at least virtually. Let me introduce myself. I have been a physician for 50 years, 36 years. I worked at Schultes Clinic, Zurich. It is one of the major hospitals in Europe, and I was the chief medical officer for FIFA. At the time, I thought about what we could do for football, and the motto was medicine for football, but I changed it. Football was the most favorite sport worldwide. What could football do for health? And that is the topic of my presentation. Next, please. During that time, I used 11 football players. But I changed the football philosophy to prevention, and I take 11 as prevention of injuries, prevention of heart diseases, but also I thought about using football to prevent health issues in children. As one of the first studies, we conducted a survey whether football is a healthy sport. That was a large randomized study that we conducted in Germany, Czechia, Switzerland, and the Netherlands. And we have proven that if you do football correctly, with certain prevention exercises, we can reduce injuries by 50%. In Switzerland, it means savings per 1,000 hours of football. So it's instead of 400 Swiss francs, it's only 200 Swiss francs. So it has social and economic consequences. That was the beginning. And for the project, football players supported us. Pavel Nedvěd, one of the most prominent ones. He was not injured during his career, and his number 11 fitted into my concept. New Zealand implemented that as well. And the New Zealand company found out if they invested $1 for prevention, they saved $8 in treatment costs. So that is something that can help us. Then we started working on the fact how football impacts health of children, we have written 200 publications over the past 20 years, and we have shown that the influence is really good. Today's children only sit, don't move a lot, and they have more and more diabetes. So we changed the paradigm, football for health. And we created a new program, 11 for Health. We started in 2005. There was for Africa. We piloted it there. At the time, there was the Football World Championships, but we rolled it out in many more countries, in 52 countries. And in 2016, we had 1 million children enrolled in this program. And each year, we had new children. And the entire marketing worked for us. During the World Championships, that is Rio de Janeiro 2016, 11 for Health. What is it about? We wanted to bring football to schools because it is a popular sport. We decided for grade 5 and 6, so these are students aged 11, 12, 11 weeks. Each week, 90 minutes of football, 45 minutes they learned new football skills, and 45 minutes they learned about health messages. We monitored everything to have scientific data, and what was important to us, sustainability. Children should stay and should continue to play the sport, play the football, and to bring some aspects of it to their life. We set up a system with 11 messages. Protect yourself from HIV. That was very important at the time in Africa. Control your weight, wash your hands, and so on. And for each message, we prepared a skill. Wash your hands, defending. Those were the defenders. And then we took one popular football player, such as Carl Puyol from FC Barcelona from Spain, or avoid drug and alcohol. We took dribbling, and that was Cristiano Ronaldo. So these were 11 simple messages conveyed during the 11 weeks. These were the football stars that cooperated with us, and we shot a short video with them, and we played those shots in schools, and we realized that if these stars talk to children, they listen to them more than to myself as a physician. And what we also found out was that the players did support us, Football Club Barcelona and others, and we were able to introduce this program to schools. I can skip it, you can find it on YouTube. These were the short videos. Lionel Messi, control your weight, control your food. Cristiano Ronaldo, next one. Avoid drug and alcohol. That was the title of his session. All those stars did it for free. Nobody asked about financial reward, which is exceptionally important.
Success through partnership.
Success through partnership. It is always important to have a connection to the education minister and or ministry and to the Ministry of Health, Football Association, university, and as a team to bring it to schools. And we were able to do it in 52 countries, and we were quite efficient in that. How did we do it? You can read about in this article, planning and implementing a nationwide football-based program. And of course, we attempted to monitor it using scientific tools, and after the time we found out that children continued to do the sports, and they processed the message and reflected that in their life. The FIFA changed the focus, but the program goes on in Denmark quite intensely. Peter Krostrup rolled it out, and they were able to spread it. These were the publications, and this is the most important thing. Between 2017 and 2021, the project 11 for Health was implemented in 450 schools in Denmark with more than 30,000 pupils in 92 out of 98 Danish municipalities with great success. And the project was supported by the Ministry of Education and Health by approximately 1 million euros over the 4 years, including scientific monitoring. And the publications show that it does have a meaning. Children do regular sport, 90 minutes per week, and they learn something that is important for their entire life and for their health. And as a physician, I can really confirm it. Prevention that doesn't cost you anything. We calculated that each pupil participating in this program got $1 to $2 US, so it's less than a drink. And what we gave to children, we summed up in the book Health Brings Wealth. Let me thank Alexander Kala, who is sitting here. He helped me with the title because health is absolutely vital. And you can be only successful if you have partnerships. The Ministry of Education, Mr. Beck, perhaps we could roll it out in the Czech Republic, the Ministry of Health, the Football Association, and perhaps some of the important football clubs such as Sparta, who are very popular. And I'm convinced that the football players would support us in such a project. That is my experience of the past 20 years. Thank you very much for your attention, and that is the end of my presentation.
Lucie, já vás neslyším.
Děkujeme moc krát Jiřímu za...
Thank you very much, Jiří, for your presentation, for sharing information about the successful program, for supporting sport and health. We know it's a major topic also in the Czech Republic. Recently there was an article, I think, in Deník N, which pointed out that our child population is obese and that they lack physical movement. Unfortunately, the habits were not restored after COVID. No motivation for sport, really. I'm also happy that you mentioned the successful collaboration and how the project was used in Denmark, because that gives us a great segue to the next speaker. We're very happy that we can have here representatives of Denmark, because Denmark is very progressive, and in collaboration with the Danish embassy, we want to talk about the folk education system and lifelong learning systems, which is something that we don't have. And one of them is the Folk High School. And Lisbeth Rinkier from the Association of Folk High Schools will tell us more about what this unique concept actually means. Please come on the stage and go ahead.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me at this conference. The need for lifelong learning and successfully managing the challenges of our time that our time brings have been the very core of the Danish folk high school movement for almost 180 years. Together with the fundamental idea that being Democrats is not a skill that we're born with. It's a skill that we have to be formed to master. So it is with great humility that I represent the Danish folk high schools at this vital conference in Prague today. And I hope I can contribute with a thought or an idea in this ambitious endeavor of the conference. From my perspective, education ecosystem has changed rapidly as long as education as a concept has existed. When the Danish folk high schools was formed, the art of keeping horses, the animal, alive and fit for farming was one of the main essential skills that you had to master for most folk high school students. And all of our schools had that as being part of the curriculum. It will not surprise you to know that that is no longer the case. The key characteristics of non-formal education sector that the Danish folk high schools was one of, I dare to say, one of the founding members of, is and has always been two specific characteristics. One, agility. Two, relevance. Agility and relevance. For two simple reasons. One, if the student doesn't experience relevance, then the non-formal schools, quite frankly, just run out of students. Quite simple. And two, the structures of the non-formal educational ecosystem are unbureaucratic and simple because they are bottom-up. We have a very, very short journey between identifying a skill or an interest in demand with the student and satisfying this demand in our program. Sometimes we even implement new elements within the very course that the student is attending. For that reason, and the reason for this extreme agility, we must find in the very foundation of the Danish folk high school idea. So please bear with me, then I'll go a little bit back in history. As I mentioned, the Danish folk high school tradition is a philosophy and a tradition started in Denmark almost 180 years ago. It's basically a tradition rooted in the belief that all citizens must be able to take part in developing society, because there is no true democracy if it does not rest on the shoulders of an enlightened people. It was the liberal educational thinker Grundtvig, who was also a priest and a poet, who during the democratization process in Europe in the 19th century formed this idea, that in order for the people to become a people of authority, not only just a people who follows, but a people of authority, the common man and woman, I'm sure he meant as well, must be educated to manage and form both their individual lives, but also society. That was the beginning of the Danish folk high schools. Today, we have more than 70 individual folk high schools throughout Denmark, and we have almost 400 folk high schools all over the Nordic countries. In Denmark, each year, more than 10,000, mostly young people, in the age between 18 and 30, attend Danish folk high schools in the average of 5 months. Another 30,000 adults in all ages attend our short courses for 1 and 2 weeks. The schools are residential schools, so people leave their homes to go to them, and they live and stay together. There are no specific qualifications needed to attend the schools. Actually, the law forbids us to state formal demands of qualifications. There are no fixed curriculum, no exams, no grades, no certified skills acquired. Quite frankly, there are no guarantees that the Danish government or the students will get any kind of output of this school form specifically. And yet, both the students and the governments invest in these schools. Food for thought. This trust and mandate allows for a unique learning atmosphere for the individual student, but also for the benefit of society. As the school's teaching and boarding school fellowship provide a place to practice relationship skills, tolerance, understanding of different points of view, political positions and life experiences, as well as providing a very different approach to learning than most formal education ecosystems will. Now, it will, I think, interest you to know that formal, verified, recent studies show that people who have been attending folk high schools have a remarkably higher social commitment. But it is also, they also have a very huge advantage in access to and resilience in formal education, regardless of social class. So you can say they get a leg up in education. The teaching of the folk high school is based on positive motivation, dialogue, and the equal and friendly relationship between students and educators. We have this idea that knowledge and gaining knowledge is something that flows between the teacher and the student and between the students, and that the student can also teach the teacher. A Finnish study shows that folk high schools act against polarization and degradation of democracies. And it has the potential to act as meeting places for different cultures and different people in society, regardless of social and economic conditions. I noticed that we got the question, everybody got the question, what is education for? And I think our answer would be that we see learning as a personal process and a communal process, and that our pedagogy is based on the idea of the learning community as a learning by being. This freedom in curriculum and teaching approaches makes the folk high schools ideal for experimenting. It's a platform for testing new pedagogical approaches and ideas instantly, and thus becomes ideal as a playground for developing democratic education and finding solutions for new and complex challenges. Personally, I think that both are really vital right now. For Grundtvig, there were 3 central questions for a human being, any human being. The existential one, why am I here? 2, the communal one, how do I relate to other people? And 3, the universal dimension. What does it mean to be a human being in relation to the world? These are still relevant questions today for all of us. As folk high schools, we are still tasked to address these questions and to awaken the youth, as Grundtvig would put it. It is our task, I think, to inspire our students to live meaningful lives, to create caring communities, to take care of our common life and future together, and one could add, to take care of nature and the world around us. For almost 180 years, the folk house schools in Denmark have served as unique learning spaces where people have gathered and learned the skills of their time, at any time, needed to create meaningful lives, while also fostering entrepreneurial individuals. And I think I'd like to stress that last bit listening to this afternoon's discussion. Fostering entrepreneurial individuals, people who create change. So while society has been, in general, in Denmark governed by the logic of capitalism and rationalism, the folk high schools have had the very privileged opportunity to cultivate spirit and emotion, the irrational. We have been able to build hope throughout many challenging eras in time. And what is probably even more important, self-determined beings were fostered at the folk high schools. Individuals who went back to their communities and created new ways of farming, new ways of organizing food production, new ways of organizing society. The Danish folk high schools, you could ask, who pays for this adventure? The Danish folk high schools are sponsored by the Danish government with around 110 million euro yearly. This covers about 2/3 of the cost of the folk high schools. The students pay the last third themselves. And I'm sure some of you will think they must have really rich parents. So let me just say that 75% of our students earn the money for the tuition to go to the school themselves. All our schools are self-owned, and the public funding the individual schools receives is based on the number of students. It's really, really simple. If the school run out of students, they run out of money, and then they close. So the relevance, of course, is top priority. In Denmark, Sweden, Norway, and Finland, history and our long tradition with folk high schools have taught us that non-formal adult education is a crucial element in creating and ensuring a strong civic society. And because of this, the folk high schools are considered a natural part of the educational system and receive state funding, despite a quite uniquely abstract contribution. I think if you asked a Danish politician, what are the folk high schools bringing to Denmark, they will say a lot of words that sound a bit like wool, but they're quite sure it's important. In closing, as global citizens, we all stand at a crossroads in history, with complex challenges and a world in rapid transformation. We face a future that none of us are fully educated to handle. And I think it is the Danish folk high school perspective, clearly, that you can never fully educate anyone to handle the future. We need to develop new mindsets and new solutions. The folk high schools are one of the few places maybe where we enjoy that freedom and the mandate to experiment and find answers to the major challenges of society today. I think we have a responsibility and the obligation to do something extraordinary, to develop visions of the societies we hope to create, to provide skill sets and to install the courage in people needed to realize the ambitions. With all my heart, I wish you the very best on shaping the future of education ecosystems of the Czech Republic. And I thank you for the invitation to speak to you today and for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you a lot. We are slightly out of time, but I cannot avoid one question.
Yes.
Because you started with the thought that every citizen should take his or her part in society. And I think that this is a purely inclusive idea. my question is directed to the fact that we in Czech Republic still are not all of us convinced that the inclusive approach is the right one.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to ask you if this is behind this successful model of community education, and if you can recommend it to Czech education system.
I think that's one of the very key players in two things in the Danish society. Mm-hmm. One is innovation, yes. Because we don't ever just respect the authority. Mm-hmm. And if we have an idea and find a fire for something, then we try to create it ourselves, yeah? Yes. So that's one bit, and I think that goes to entrepreneurship and ownership and creating companies. But the other bit is democracy. Okay. That democracy is, look at the world right now, democracy is challenged. It is challenged with us as well, but not quite as much. And I think that has to do with the fact that we know that the politicians cannot deliver political solutions for all society, because society belongs to all of us.
Lisbeth Trinkier, thank you a lot.
Thank you.
Následuje v zásadě poslední.
And now we're entering the final section of this conference. We have quite a rich program, but we've done most of it. And the final panel we have for you prepared is partially about what we already talked about and partially about new things. And we'll hear more from our panelists. We're so happy to welcome here our esteemed guests. These are Tomáš Řehák, the director of the Municipal Library in Prague, who's also a Boy Scout with the nickname of Log. I also welcome Daniel Pražák, who teaches at a primary school, an awarded teacher, holder of the Global Teacher Prize. I welcome Bára Hořavová, the program director of the OSF Foundation and the mentor of the Stronger Roots program. We also are very glad that we have the Nestor of Informal Education, Milan Mikil Appel, a long-term director of the Lužánky Leisure Time phenomenon and the Lipnice Holiday School. Thank you so much for being here. And I have to excuse because I can see that we have Jan Lukačevič. Unfortunately, he could not come because he has COVID. Hopefully the rest of us stay alive. He found out this morning, so he could not come. But let's kick off the panel discussion. Thank you, Markéta, for the introduction. Let's start without further ado, because Mr. Řehák has been the entire time. Most of you have been here the entire time, so you know what we've been talking about. So let's go ahead and talk about what you think is the most important thing in the interaction of formal and informal education. We talked about this at the dinner, but let's start with the director of the Municipal Library, Mr. Řehák. Hello. Let's turn this into a question with a constructivist perspective. Or maybe I'll give you a riddle, or maybe a test, something you can take home and think about it whenever you want. Or you can come to see me after we finish and I give you a hint or the solution. 1.5 minutes, it's very quick. It's a problem. I have 4 parts for you. The first part. You have a regular pentagon with a surface of 1 square meter, and next to it is a second pentagon which is exactly twice, the edges are twice the size. What is the surface area? The second part, you have a regular dodecahedron, which happens to be a thing that is composed of regular pentagons. It has a volume of 1 cubic meter, exactly. Next to it, there is another regular dodecahedron, and the edges of the pentagons are twice as long. What is the volume? The third part of the question. How does this relate to the Bergman principle, which is a biological principle from 1948, I think, or thereabouts? Or if you don't want to Google, aviation models, plane modeling. And the fourth question, how the hell is this related to this conference and this particular panel? Thank you very much. So we've just heard about, we just received a hint about Mr. Řehak's education. Dan, what about you? I got lost after the first word, and I'm sorry for coming late. This morning I was at my school where I teach. And if we talk about the interplay of formal and informal education, my answer is what is important is to get rid of those labels of formal and informal learning, because COVID is present. I mean, it's not hopefully present here, but it's present as a topic. 3 years ago, when the whole pandemic started, it showed us that the idea, the concept of the school is out of date in this world. The concept of this traditional school. And I think COVID showed that this interplay of those two worlds exists and to some extent is important and necessary. My question for the audience, is there someone here, please raise your hand, who learned something from YouTube at any point in their life? Thank you. And what you learned from YouTube, was it in any way related to what you learned at school or what you learned at university? You can see that formal and informal education are clearly being interlinked. We can see it right here. And incidentally, one should mention that formal education sometimes can't even compete with informal education, even if it wanted to, because unlike me, well, when I'm in the class, the children can't pause me at any moment and can't rewind and listen to the same thing again. But if you watch how to assemble a cabinet from IKEA on YouTube, you can go through it over and over again as many times as you need. Ms. Horabová, you're not just the program director at OSF, you're also a person who, if my information is correct, is in charge of a program that calls on libraries to contribute to media literacy. Is that part of your vision for supporting informal education? Good afternoon. Just about your introduction there, I was wondering, in what role am I here actually? And I thought, this is about education. Well, I'm a parent. That's perhaps the most important role. But about your question there, yes, this link between formal and informal education is crucial. But let me go on a tangent towards my vision, because this panel is about visions for informal education. And what I think is optimum is a better correlation between formal and informal education. And the vision of formal education, for me, is to meet two objectives. And these would allow informal education to develop. The first objective is to teach people how to learn. And that is crucial. We've talked about this a lot. How do I learn? What are the processes? Mr. Hora talked about this. How do I approach this? And this is closely linked to what we heard in the first keynote. What is the purpose? Because this is what I keep answering as a parent. Because they need to see the purpose, which is closely linked to motivation. We've heard about employment and we've heard about motivation, that it is crucial. So that's one thing. And we might get to this later again. And second, and I think this is crucial, is that formal education should give you experience from abroad, international experience. And we've heard this from the House of International Cooperation. For me personally, this is the greatest aha moment. The people need to understand this context, a different context that they can find here in the Czech Republic. And when they get abroad, for me this was a tremendous experience, where I started enjoying learning. I found out that university can be fun and great. So I think this is important. And if a school teaches you that, and that's my vision, then you open the door to an infinite space of informal, lifelong education. Because if the school gives you these competencies, then you can pick anything you want and who you want to learn from. And I'm sure we'll talk about the role of libraries. I have my own microphone attached to my head, so that's useful. When on the train from Moravské Meziříčí to Prague, I was thinking about the boundaries between formal and informal education and whether we should abolish them or something. And I thought, yeah, sure, you can do that. But then I thought more about it and realized, okay, I can't actually do that, because formal and informal education, is it institutionalized? Are there outputs? Well, the definition then tells you that informal education cannot enter this picture. But what you can do, and we're doing, as a matter of fact, but could do more of, is inspiration. Because these two worlds are not separate. And they can inspire a lot from each other. I think there are many things that are happening every day in various organizations, scouting and so on, or interest education in leisure time centers, anywhere really. This can be very inspiring. It can inspire learning in this formal part of the educational system. But it goes the other way as well. So let's not dismantle the boundaries. Let's look for mutual connections. Let's look for inspiration. In what way can one be interesting and useful for the other, and vice versa? I don't want to escape the question completely. I will say one thing, but okay, let's refute one thing, this false hint from Bob Kartos, because what he talked about, yes, okay, I have a background in theoretical mathematics, I actually taught it for a while, but that's a red herring. That's not part of the solution. The solution, at least of the first two parts with those pentagons and the dodecahedron, all you need for that is what you learned in primary school. You just need to apply it the right way. And actually, I think that every student should be able to go through this mental process step by step, but to do that you need to set up the education system in a certain way. And the Bergman law, actually, that's a hypothesis which says that the colder the environment that an animal lives in, the bigger the animal. So how is this related? I'll leave that up to you. Think that through for yourself. But I remember the first time I heard about formal and informal education, and I assume there are other forms of as well, like hybrid formal education and semi-formal, semi-informal education. But it's still the same person. When I go through the various educational processes, it's still me. And I think the crucial thing that every education should give you, and all of these approaches can complement each other in this, is that the first objective of education is that I want to be educated. That's your motivation. The entire educational process, regardless of where it's happening, should mean that the educated person wants to be educated and keep being educated. That's the first thing that we can all work on, regardless of whether we're an institution like a non-profit or a school or an employer or whoever. And the second thing is, we need to respect the fact that the person who is receiving the education is the person who is responsible for the education. If we do it wrong, it's them who pays the price, and we need to respect their role. This is the key guarantor of the fact that it's going to work, and we need to work with them to ensure they have the opportunity to manage the process, to say, I don't actually care about this. This is not important to me at this stage. So either stop telling me this, or first convince me that it is actually important. Because when I teach teachers, which is what I do in my spare time, I tell them, the first thing you need to make clear is that what you're telling those people, they consider important. If this is not given at the start, if you don't do the work and make sure they consider it important, then stop doing that and do something else. Again, this is our joint task of all of us, because in informal education you can motivate people to want to do something at school, and the school can motivate them to want to do something in informal education, and so on and so forth. And we don't have a monopoly. We, the Boy Scouts, think we're great at educating character because we have all those Boy Scouts and they're heroes. We, the librarians, think we have the monopoly on literacy because we can tell children how to read. The schools think they have a monopoly over everything, and yet no one has monopoly over anything. I'm looking at Dan Pražák because he graduated from the František Tichý Gymnasium, which is quite a unique school that combines informal education and formal education. I was there a few years ago. The students gave us a tour and told us how wonderful the school was. And then I asked, and what are the negatives? Because you showed us all the good things. And they said, well, we go home at around 8 p.m. because there's so much to do here at school, we can't go home earlier. So it happened a few times, also to Dan Pražák, that people asked, are you in a pub? And actually you were at school. Yes, it's the afternoon. First of all, I wish every child could experience a school they look forward to, a school that they hate leaving home or anywhere else, a school that... It's no coincidence, also Tomáš had children at the school, but a school that gives you the opportunity to discover your strengths and show you how to learn and where to develop yourself. That gives you the resources to do that. And I think this is my role as a teacher. It has to be a school where the child wants to stay. And this happened to me, that my parents called the school to check whether I really was there because it was 8 p.m. and whether I was not in a pub. And I was not in a pub, I was at school. And actually the school gives you so much that actually one girl who dated two people from the school then said that it's impossible to... Everyone should date them. People from this school should date people from this school because otherwise you won't understand that they don't have time for anything. So this school teaches you how to treat your mental health, how to address your mental health as well, how to pick from this enormous volume of opportunities and not to eat too much, because that's the other side of the coin. And you can read too many books and you can have too many leisure time activities. It is possible. But finding the right balance is also useful. So if you want to learn more about this natural school, because if I want to tell you, I would keep talking for the rest of the panel and it would be a pity, do Google the resources, přírodniškola.cz, or I think it's in the municipal library, there's a book, Education as an Adventure, or just go to YouTube and find something there. There's a documentary shot by a student of the school. It's called The School of Dreams.
Thank you very much for the introduction of what Přírodní škola is. František Tichý is very successful at that. But this is what you said, Mikin. The inspiration went on and something of the informal education became an aspect of formal education. So the boundaries can be broken or overcome. So we have stepped over the boundary of informal formal education. I don't need to be right. The institution, if we have as an institution, then we have formal education because we have certain outputs. And usual forms or forms expected by us work quite well in formal education because it's all about learning. I struggle to grasp. Each year in June I hear that students and parents say to their kids, now relax from school, now you have your vacation and relax. But at that time children learn the most important things. They learn what the panelists talked about. Well, not everybody is convinced. They learn what they consider important at that time. And it's not about making fire. It's about learning how to be responsible for a group. Or each member of the team can do something, and we have a diversity in the team, and we can use the skills of others. And this means now it's perhaps a different situation, but when I was at primary school, cooperation was punishable. There was cooperation with the enemy? No. Cooperation or collaboration with someone else. That guy was not so good at that subject. He consulted the matter with his fellow student, and the teacher said, oh, that was not from your head, but I, as employer, I need someone, an employee, consulting his colleagues. So I think during the vacation, children learn these things in a natural way. You not need to go to a scout camp. You just go to your granny and you see it. And in formal education, they learn those things at the time when they're not interested in that. And the learning takes place at some point in time, and that follows up what the previous speaker said. They learn things at the point in time when they need to know. They need to know, and they learn it. So you talked about inspiration that can be passed from informal to formal education. What other aspects would you include? Or vice versa? Yeah, thank you. Vice versa. That is my topic in our organizations, such as Scout or Pioneer. That is one of the important topics. It can be also vice versa. You have an idea how a camp takes place. You have a game, there are groups, some children are better than other children, and then you have this competition, and this one group receives 5 points, and the other, I don't know, 4 points, and so on and so on. But in the books by Flogler, there's not a fifth group, a group of losers, because that turned out to be that way. We have Jirka there, and he's the loser. So the kids try to work and learn to work with someone who is the last one, who is slower. And the teacher methodology is much further. We have tools to have games with a 0 result. The critics would say kids are competitive by their nature, yes, but they needn't beat someone else to win. They can learn to be better than themselves yesterday, not than others, than other groups. So that is the other direction. Yes, that is very comprehensible. That is a very good example. We shouldn't interpret it that way, that informal education is very important and must be integrated into formal education because formal education is so rigid. But this direction, I don't have any data. That is only my intuition, my gut feeling. It is already taking place. I'm involved in the Lipnice holiday school, and what we do is based on the basic methodology, and that is experience-based pedagogy or methodology. And a lot of teachers apply this method in education, and they are quite successful at that. And that also concerns the natural school, přírodní škola, and the other colleague as well. But in the other direction, we don't learn that much. Okay, and that's enough. You can tell us more. It's interesting. The time is running. We have last 30 minutes for you to join the discussion. You can ask your questions using Slido. So please feel free to do so. And after the conference, you have a chance to ask your question during the informal networking session. But we talked about lifelong learning and education and its significance. When we discuss about these topics, we tend to speak about children. But informal education concerns adults. Libraries can be hubs, and they are hubs. They are trying to organize events that engage the broader community. Is there a vision for the future of informal education for everybody, not only for children, but also for adults, in order to fulfill the principles of enlightenment that are still valid? That is a very good connection. Informal education has a clear advantage. It is more creative, it is faster, because you have an idea. It might be an active individual or NGO or someone in the library. There are a lot of examples, and the ideas are implemented very fast. They are faster, they're more efficient, and they try and test things. This approach won't be applied that fast in formal education, but it can be a source of inspiration. Experience-based education is very important for the educators. We have a lot of NGOs, but also libraries that create programs for teachers. To be a teacher is very difficult. I wouldn't bear the pressure that is very high. They are hearing about and are listening to how they should change their approach and their attitude and their mindset and so on. That's really a great theory. But the application in practice is a different thing. Sport Prachatice, that is an organization in southern Bohemia. They do a lot of things, and they try to creatively support teachers in PR education. And these things are very precious because libraries and the NGOs cover the time or the lack of time of teachers, so it is pivotal. And they have an additional role or supplementary role. So it's PR education, the teachers receive feedback whether they were successful. There was an escape game, and they tried whether they acquired the correct and right competencies. And it is a good support to informal education, and it was also reflected in some educational resources of the region. And if you look at libraries, there are so many topics. We appreciate all that, and we do not have much time to go over individual activities. They learn about volunteering, they learn about AI, and so on. I don't think we have space for all the examples, but I will mention some more later on. I need to respond to your remark regarding the libraries. I'm president of the Libraries Association, so I'd like to raise awareness about that. Libraries are a great infrastructure of lifelong learning that is available to us. Speaking about informal education, we think of agile NGOs. Libraries are dinosaurs in comparison. It's decentralized. We have 5,500 libraries with many funding organizations, but they are able to cooperate very efficiently, and that is fascinating. That is a great infrastructure that can do a lot of things that we are not even aware of. We have forced the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Culture to sign a memorandum of cooperation concerning the education role of memory institutions. And the ministries rediscover these institutions. They're far away from each other, 200 meters. And the Ministry of Education included no one who would be responsible for cooperation with libraries. And at the Ministry of Culture, there was no one cooperating with the other ministry. Who is the major publisher of e-books in the Czech Republic? It is the Metropolitan Library in Prague. We publish an e-book each working day. And these e-books are available to anyone free of charge. We have thousands of e-books available to everybody, regardless of social and economic status. You can just download these e-books to your phone and read them. Please use these opportunities, use the potential of this infrastructure, and we should do something about it, or using it. And to follow up on Mr. Pražák, I had both my sons at Přírodní škola, and I would really like that every parent experiences the way it feels to have your kids at Přírodní škola. The school attracts you and you want to be involved, you want to participate, you want to talk about that. And then I started having lectures there because I had this feeling to be there. And my son dates a girlfriend that comes from that school as well. When we tried to compose this panel, we didn't know about that, but we are very happy that you mentioned that. But Mikin wanted to respond, so please, you have the space, and then we have a question from the audience. I just wanted to get back to the question you asked. It is a lifelong education. Now we have the first generation. It's not about our generation passing the knowledge over to younger generation. The younger generation is sometimes further than we, the older generation. And I'm fascinated by their skills, their abilities to teach us, the older generation. And it's not all about IT. We have a circus, a kids' circus, such a leisure activity, and there is a yo-yo or similar activities, and the kids can do tricks that the old ones cannot. So this is something I have not experienced. People who are older by age need to learn such a trick from a younger kid. And that kid learned that somewhere, and the kid is able to explain it to the older generation, as if he or she had a course in didactics. And that is a great value that we need to use. And that is another fragment as an answer to your question, what education offers. We can do things in a different way than in the past, because we, the Nestors, are wise, passing the knowledge on. I don't want to be Nestor anymore. You must be very famous. I hope that that the English speakers understood what the speaker meant. The yo-yo is quite a difficult term to translate, but a question from the audience. Adam Portman, I wanted to ask, this question was already asked in the last section, but I wanted to ask you personally, every speaker or every panelist, if you were to go back to school, to secondary school, what would you want to learn? Or if I were to reword the question, what your kids should take from secondary school? The teacher took the microphone. I wanted to say that anyway. What Mikin developed as an idea, the purpose and meaning of lifelong learning. It is not one specific thing. It's not about one specific thing. If I am to say one specific thing, it wouldn't be relevant in 5 years. The secondary school might teach me how to fill in my tax return. That might be useful, but the tax return might look very different in 5 years. So for me, it's better to pay someone to fill in the tax return for me. If I am to do it, then it will cost me more time, I'll do it incorrectly, and then I'll receive a fine from the financial authority. So the secondary school shouldn't kill my desire to learn, and the secondary school should teach children about their strengths and weaknesses. Thank you, Bara. Bara wants to say something because she said she's here as a parent. It is work with information. Working with information and sources of information. That is vital to critical thinking, to sorting out information. Mr. Řehák won't be offended, I hope. I was thinking when he was asking or when he was formulating his problem, I thought whether this problem is even relevant for me or not. And that is also an essential question, whether a certain piece of information is relevant to me or not. I represent the OSF Foundation as well, and we are trying to promote democracy and civic society. And I'm convinced that a good citizen is a well-informed citizen, a citizen that has access to information and that is able to assess the information. Without that, democracy won't work. So it's about information literacy, and I don't care how you call it. You have media literacy, digital competencies, critical thinking. Thank you. Mikin? The answer is simple for me, and it doesn't matter if you are at primary or secondary school or tertiary school. Martin said it already. He doesn't like the question because if you ask me in 5 years, maybe I have another answer for you. So what comes to my mind is pleasure. and joy of discovering things. That is the value that is important to me, or what I wish. I wish that children enjoy the joy of discovering things. Then the process is easier. But I don't refute other things that the colleagues said as well, because these are important as well. My answer is what Mikin said. So joy of being educated and educating yourself. And let me add another thing, and that is in competitive self-confidence. Self-confidence that is not based on comparison with others, but self-confidence of your own value. I'm a unique human being, an original. There hasn't been anyone like me, and there will not be anyone like me in the future. That is a tremendous gift I should develop. And at the same time, you should experience respect in your uniqueness. The community respects you as a unique human being, and I think you can find the joy of education in there. So that is my answer, what I want from education, and not only at secondary school, what I want the kids to experience. And I think I'm quite successful at that. I'm educating myself. This year I did my PhD. Finally, eventually. Congratulations. This panel is called Vision of Informal Education in being in brackets. We tried to get rid of the boundaries between informal and formal education with regard to the future. I'd be interested to hear what are your ideas and visions of education in the wider context. What changes do we need in education, courage and so on? We have had many stimuli. You are, or you have been active in this field for quite a long time. What is necessary? What should education do? I'm big inseminator by profession, and I've been in education for 35 years. That is perhaps my destiny. I don't dare to say. But it's the very beginning, what Professor Habel said at the very beginning. I would be very happy, because what we teach children in formal education, whether these animals or organisms in biology, that is ephemeral. It is only a means to educate children to be really good human beings. It is a system of values. That is what is essential in the education system. And we don't do it via what we say, but what we do. Children are not silly. They perceive us, what we do, not what we say, because what we say, they forget. And even if they don't forget it, we stop being relevant. Some speakers said that the relevance of information may be for 5 years. But the example, the role model, what you can see in your scout leader or in your teacher, in your educator, take a kid suffering from autism, and he can see a janitor or some staff from the school, and that is a role model for the children. So let's get back to what has been said at the very beginning of this conference. Do you want to continue? maybe it's a cliché, but the vision of education, in my opinion, is that children should graduate from schools to be happy. And I don't know what the children will need to be happy in the future, whether it's the requirements posed by the framework programs, but it is my task of a teacher to seek it and to find it together with the children. And I think that each child needs to experience success of any kind. For someone, it's the A's, or the other kid repair something with the janitor. The other will organize something with his or her schoolmates, but I, as a teacher, am there to create opportunities and to help the kids to be happy in life. It is not what I thought of. I heard it from one country that was not Finland, but was in the north. The school should be able to bring the answer to the question I asked. It is one of the most useful things you can take from school. No kidding. But to be more serious, I think everything was already mentioned today. What was not mentioned, each human being should experience being taught by people who like him or her. When our family was expecting our son, I was quite anxious. I wasn't sure if I make it, if I will be a successful parent. And a friend of mine said to me, "Will you like your kid?" And I said, "Yes, I will." And what if I'm making some mistakes? But she said, "You know, they will forgive you." And this unconditional love that you feel towards children, love that you don't have to fight for, to be liked, to be loved, this should be an element of every education. Because you receive children or you receive someone to be educated, and you should like him or her because he or she entrusted himself or herself to you, and that is great because you are important for them. And let me sum it up. I hope that the educators like the persons that are educating. I won't touch on formal education because there are so many challenges. But as regards informal education, the most important thing is that all stakeholders that are active there, they should encourage students to educate themselves, motivation for learning, and to identify the purpose, the meaning, and to be ready for life. It is not about technical competencies. I can do something in Excel or I can repair a cabinet, but the skills should be also strategic. I should be able to do things in order to be better off, to feel more comfortable, happier. That is the ultimate goal. People should feel welcomed, should be part of society, shouldn't feel like outsiders for various reasons because they can't do something or they don't understand anything and so on. So that would be nice. Thank you. We have 2 questions from the audience. I've forgotten about this question. This panel is so nice that I want to participate in it. We have a school and we have also self-development courses where the informal and the formal education meet, overlapping each other. It is quite nice, but what has come out of it? You do it together with children or students. You might have read School by Your Own Ideas. It's a book by German students. I taught at a Montessori school, and I saw this book and read this book, and that changed my view of education. School is not there for teachers or for parents, and I underline it, it's not for parents, it's for children. So why the hell shouldn't children not say what they want to do at school? So every half a year, the kids do a vision board, prepare a vision board. They write down what they want to do in the next half year, and that is the overlapping of formal and informal education. My question is, how do you perceive authority? You are an authority as a guide, teacher, trainer. How do you perceive authority?
If I may, and I'll perhaps try to answer, I don't know if I can, but we've heard Dan mentioned Finland, and there was the mention of this book. For me, the key location was Iceland. Well, I was there for about 16 days on a study visit, and we visited a school there, and I thought, I would actually want my children, my grandchildren, to go there, because the authority of the headmistress was based on something completely intangible. When she entered the room, everyone was so calm and felt the opportunity. Where I was, there was these tiny children, the first to third grade, and they always picked a topic for 7 weeks. When we were there, they talked about water in a river is neutral, water in the sea is salty. So why is that? They picked this topic. And we wondered, what if they change their mind and want to do something different? And she said, well, so we talked to them about it. It's their education. They want something. And we are here, and someone already said this, I'm paraphrasing, there was this idea that the teacher is a manager of time and space in which the learning happens. We create the conditions, and they tell us what they want to learn, what is the knowledge they want. So, for me, this was Iceland, and the authority radiated from, I said Finland, I meant Iceland, and the headmistress, wherever she went, she entered the room and she had authority. She didn't even have to say anything. I don't know. I can't even describe, just magic. I don't know. Authority is not that they call me Mr. this and that, or that I am right because I am the teacher. No one expects this here, right? The country I talked about was Iceland. It was actually the same school, I think, but never mind. What is authority? I have no idea. I can give you the definition that I learned at school, but I have 3 memories. The first is, I had a seminar on authority in education, and from this I understood that some people leave the faculty of education, see authority in being the person who stands in front of the class, and sort of holds a stick to beat the children with. And authority is what lets them make sure that the children don't run wild. For me, that's not authority. And the second thing is, a comment on social networks I saw, that children today do not respect authority, not even natural authority, which I loved, because it doesn't make any sense, right? And the third, after several private schools, I first started teaching at a large public school, and I do history and biology, and I got English for the 8th grade, and I thought, okay, let's do it. And I went in saying I would do no surprise tests. I want us to talk to each other like normal people. And in the feedback form at the end of the year, one student wrote a wonderful sentence. At the start, you had no authority, but then we started respecting you. So I think she described it perfectly well. Thank you, Bara. Yes, for me it's respect to the person, because I want to learn from this person, and because I care about this person enough to listen to them. Listen, perhaps shadow them in a way, follow what they're doing, and this person gives me the opportunity to develop forward, and that's why they have the authority. For me, this is probably the key, given that we are talking about education. I can see David Macek has the microphone. Do you want to say something? I also want to answer, if I may. This was a pedagogical failure because some 13 years ago, if I remember correctly, Dan was at a lecture of mine when I said what authority was, and he did not remember. So here's the idea that when you tell someone something, that's the end of the job. Clearly not. But what is authority, I can't really tell you, but I can tell you this. I think that there are many different resources on authority. And you can write notes, you can make the children do exercise or write lines or that kind of thing. Or I can hand out sweets. There's authority coming from the fact that I know more, I can do more than they can, but what we should be talking about is confidence and trust, that if I suppress what I want and listen to this person, ultimately they know what's good for me. So I will overcome my laziness or my desire to do something else, and I will listen to this person's will and succumb to this person's will because I feel somewhere in the back of my head that it's actually good for me. And David has a question. And given the time pressure, this is the final question. If we have any more, please let's handle them informally during the final break. Recently I was surprised that if you look at the etymology of auctoritas, the original word, it means the person who lets you grow, which I think is the direct opposite of how we see it in our everyday life, where authority is someone who checks what you're doing. But I have a question for Mr. Řehák, whose wish is for the children to be loved. I want to ask you, all of you, what does it mean actually to love the children, to care for the children? Because it's probably different than some surface level sympathy, which you may or may not feel. What does it actually mean to care for the people you are educating? That's a beautiful question for the end. I'll give the panelists a few seconds to think about that. It's not easy, but Bara knows. Let me start, because I'm not a formal or an informal teacher, so I can tell you personally, for me, it's respect to the uniqueness of the child. I don't think you can think this through. This is, I think, it's your confidence that every child is good, and if I feel they're not, I have to look for those reasons, and I have to help the child resolve them. And this is an idea that I got from the Locika Center, which cares for children who have experience of domestic violence and work with trauma and so on. I can't define love, but I think that we all know what it means. I'll just say this. You need to get rid of the idea that you should care for them, because very often you wonder if this person deserves to be loved or cared for, or is it appropriate for me to care for this person? Isn't it too much? isn't it exceeding the expectations or going beyond the expectations? Just take that and toss it aside. And just love people. Don't defend yourself. Don't analyze it. You just can love them. You can love whoever you want, even people who don't deserve it at all and are really ugly to me. I can love them. No one can ban me. No one can ban this. And that's really all there is to it. And what will the Nestor say at the end, Mikin? David, I'll tell you in Brno. I have no funny or smart answer for you. I think Tomáš Řehák already mentioned this, and this is not really coming from me. Unconditional love. Unconditional love for me is the love of a parent. I love you regardless of everything. There are no conditions. That's what unconditional means. Which I don't think an educator can feel this unconditional love for every single child. So I don't want to look like angels here who just love everybody and everything. That would be silly. But what I think is important is that we don't... Everyone should encounter success, that's true. And also, I think that everyone, or we should do everything to ensure that no child entrusted to us feels that they are a loser. That's a part of pedagogy where we're not doing well, because supporting children who are good and giving them the room to growth, I mean, most good teachers can do that. That's not that difficult. And then there are those we do not really have confidence in, and they should not feel that. They should not feel that they are the outsiders to us. It's important for them to feel that we also care about them. And caring for them, loving them, maybe that's not 100% true, but I don't see them as an outsider. That is something we should be able to do. And if we are able to do that, maybe that's enough. Says the Nestor. And that's the end of the program, not just the panel, but this conference, and I don't think we could have wished for a better ending, because all the panelists deserve your applause. Thank you to Tomáš Řehák, Dan Pražák, Bára Hřabová, and Mikin Appel. We hope Jan Lukačevič gets well soon, and before we end, and there will be the informal networking, which you are invited to, let me once again thank our partners. We tried to highlight the House of International Collaboration several times, but this was our main partner, and thank you for that. We want to thank the Blíž k sobě Foundation, we want to thank T-Mobile, Live Sport, the Aspen Institute, Center of Europe, Aktuálně.cz, Peresloviny Opera, the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports, simply everybody who was here with us, the Danish Embassy, and Pavel Přikryl, and Lucie Samohýlová, who has brought us luck by breaking the glass, and who was in charge of the conference and did fantastically well. Thank you for being here with us, and we're looking forward to the 4th edition of this conference next year. And there's a drink at the atrium for this short after party. You're welcome there. Thank you so much. And our thanks to Markéta Beková and Bob Kartous. Thank you.